Good morning from Council Chambers. We are now live.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Lakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I will do a quick roll call of council members. Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
All right. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I see no changes on the summary sheet, so I'll move the adoption of the May 9th and 11th, 2022 City Council meeting agenda.
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette. Any questions on the adoption of the agenda? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes, Councillor Knack.
So many minutes to approve. I am excited to move the adoption of the minutes from the April 19th, 2022 City Council meeting, the April 20th, 2022 City Council public hearing, the April 27th, 2022 City Council non-regular meeting, the April 28th, 2022 special City Council meeting, and the April 28th, 2022 City Council non-regular meeting.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Any questions on the adoption of the, approval of the minutes? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. I'll start. We have a couple of them. First of all, I would like to welcome City Hall School, Michael A. Kostnick Grade 2 class with their teachers Jillian Dunn, Ward CP Winnie Niwak. Welcome. I hope you will enjoy your stay and looking forward to see you in the City Hall room with there. Okay, good. And the second item of protocol. Good morning, everyone. One thing I have noticed over the past 2 years of this pandemic is more people getting outside to enjoy their yards and gardens. People who have had never owned a plant all of a sudden took an interest in horticulture. And before they knew it, they had beautiful, lush lawns and their home offices looked like jungles. Gardening has provided Edmontonians with a way to connect safely with their neighbors while beautifying neighborhoods, contributing to healthy food production, and protecting their own mental health. This is why I'm excited to announce Edmonton's participation in Canada Year of the Garden 2022. Established by the Canadian Garden Council, the Year of the Garden, Edmontonians are invited to celebrate our nation's rich horticulture and garden heritage. Whether you are a green thumb or have never stepped foot in a garden, now is your opportunity to experience the wonderful world of horticulture. As part of this initiative, Edmonton has a variety of ways for people to get involved, from helping to maintain shrub beds with partners in parks to pop-up community gardens. On behalf of City Council, I want to recognize the Operations Program Delivery and Partnership Team in Parks and Roads Services, the Cross-Departmental Urban Gardening Initiative Committee, and all teams across the city that support beautification in our parks, open spaces, and facilities, or that encourage gardening at home. I also want to recognize all community groups, nonprofits, businesses, and industry that contribute to the horticulture industry and beautification in Edmonton. While we don't have time to recognize everyone, we do have some guests here that played a key role in bringing Year of the Garden out to Edmonton. Please stand as I call your name. Travis Kennedy, probably joining us virtually. Patricia Rucker, Craig McEwen, Nathaniel Haley, Jennifer Pedersen, Dorothy Jadraziak, Aaron Mastre, Brenda Smith, Sarah Birmingham, and Jordan Tyler. Thank you to all of you for your passion and commitment to enhancing the beautification of our great city by promoting gardening to all Edmontonians. Good. Thank you. Any other protocol items? Okay. All right. Select items for debate. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'd like to select items 6.1, 6.3, 6.9 for voting purposes only, unless someone else wants to select that for debate.
6.9?
Yep. 7.6, 7.7,
7.6, 7.7.
9.1, and 9.2.
and 9.2. All right, Councillor Tang,
I'd like to select 6.5.
6.5. Councillor Jans,
Thank you. I have a subsequent on 6.7. And I have a question about 6.9.
yeah, 6.9 is already selected. Let's see, got it. We got all the must select ones. All right, can someone vote on the reports not selected for debate? Sorry, Councillor. Oh, you have something, Councillor Neck? Go ahead, Councillor Neck.
Sorry, I thought I heard one being selected, but I missed. I need to select 7.8, please.
7 point. Oh, okay, 7.8. Okay, can it be someone move? Oh, sorry, Councillor Rutherford.
Has 7.5 been selected?
7.5 has not been selected.
But 7.6 has.
Yes,
Okay, I'll select 7.5, please.
7.5. All right, so that is it for selections. Vote on the reports not selected for debate. Councillor Knapp.
So moved.
So moved. Need a seconder.
Second.
Second by Councillor Cartmel. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Madam Clerk, can you read us back what we have already approved?
Thank you. Good morning. Council has approved the following reports without debate. Item 6.2, Memorandum of Understanding with Big Stone Cree Nation. Council has also approved 6.4, Edmonton Arts Council Grants and Investments for Organizations in 2022. 6.6, Mill Creek Pedestrian Bridge Replacement and Approach Trail Upgrades, Environmental Impact Assessment. And 6.8, taxes recommended for cancellation, exempt properties.
Okay. Thank you. Request to speak. We usually don't do that at committee, at council meetings. And the request for specific time on the agenda, that has been already approved. Vote on bylaws
So
not selected.
just for clarity, they haven't, there's two requests. There have been some that have been approved, but there's two requests that 6.1 be the first item today and 6.3 be the second item. It's up to council if you'd like to make those times specific as recommended.
Okay, just hold on then.
I will move.
Oh, here we go.
Personally.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Cartmel, thank you for that. No, it's part of the recommendations here, right, so. Yeah, you need to be approved, yeah. Okay, Councillor Cartmel, we need seconder.
Second.
That was Councillor Rice seconding it, thank you. Any questions? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now to votes on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move first reading on items 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and 7.9.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Any questions? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of items 7.1, 7.2, and 7.9.
Oops, 7.9.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading on items 7.1, 7.2, and 7.9.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote for the consideration of third reading.
All the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 20046, Bylaw 20049, and Bylaw 20038.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote for the final reading.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 7.4.
Second.
Councillor Rice seconded it. Please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 20048.
Second.
A second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor inquiries? Nope. All right, we are going, reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule reports, none. And now we are into our first item, 6.1. All right, I understand there's a presentation.
Yes, we have a presentation this morning.
Thank you.
So this morning, we're providing an update on our work to develop the 2023 to 2026 budget, with a focus on council priorities and a discussion on tax tolerance, as well as important considerations that will inform how we weigh those priorities as we continue to refine the budget. Before delving into that information, we want to provide you with some important context to situate you in the planning and budgeting process. Next slide, please. Today's discussion takes place within the context of the city's strategic planning framework, which is made up of the plans and processes that guide how the city works to enable a better life for all Edmontonians. The budget process is part of that framework. It dictates the resources we have available for our business plans and allows us to refine and prioritize what we'll do over the next 4 years as we journey towards our goals. The budgeting process for the operating and capital budgets is driven by achieving goals and priorities articulated by council and the community, which are outlined in our long-range plans, Connect Edmonton and the City Plan, and our shorter-term corporate business plan. Although there is a new budget every 4 years, achievement of the goals and vision of our guiding documents can take multiple business cycles. For the next 4-year cycle, administration has been working internally and with council on a business plan and a budget that will use available resources to advance the vision and goals we've developed with and for Edmontonians. We have worked internally to prioritize our needs and have collaborated with council to articulate their priorities. We also recently surveyed council on your current priorities and tax tolerance. We will also be sharing an overview of the operating resources we have available to us and some of the capital funding challenges we face as we weigh and consider priorities and tax tolerance. Our goal is to facilitate a preliminary discussion today that will support the continued development of the budget. There will be further updates, the next being in June, when we'll share our 10-year capital and operating investment outlooks with you. We will also be engaging with Edmontonians as we refine the budget. This iterative process will culminate in a public hearing and council's budget deliberations in the fall. Next slide, please. Earlier this year, administration worked with council to articulate key priorities for the next 4-year cycle. What we heard from that conversation is outlined on the top row of this slide. They include the mobility network, 15-minute districts and district planning, community safety and well-being, arts and culture, climate action and energy transition, and economic growth. It's important to note that there is strong alignment between council's priorities and those identified through administration's priority-based budgeting process, as well as to Connect Edmonton and the city plan, the long-term vision and plan envisioned with and for Edmontonians. We are in sync with where we want to go as a city. Once we had council's key priorities, administration then mapped those priorities against the internal priorities in Connect Edmonton and the city plan. Using this internal process, we continue to refine and prioritize highly aligned insights. We will continue to work through the prioritization process as we develop service packages for consideration this fall. Next slide, please. Building a 4-year budget is a complex iterative process that requires input from various stakeholders, including the public, community partners, administration, and of course, City Council. In April, we reached out to you and asked 2 questions which provided valuable insight on your current perspective, and I want to thank you for participating. The first question focused on understanding how you would rate the priorities by asking how you would allocate $100 among 6 council priorities identified. We received a 76% response rate, which indicated that on average, climate action and energy transition, mobility network, and community safety and well-being are the top 3 priorities, followed by economic growth, 15-minute districts, and lastly, arts and culture. This is helpful information that will be considered in conjunction with inputs from the public, community partners, and administration as we advance budget development. You'll have further opportunities to fine-tune your priorities after you get more information from the operating and capital investment outlooks. To set some context for our current environment, we need to first look at where we've been. What you see on this slide is a comparison of tax levy increases that have been set over the past 2 budget cycles in comparison to Edmonton's population growth and municipal inflation rate. You will notice that with the exception of 2016, the increase to the tax levy has been lower than population growth and municipal inflation. This was done through an increased focus on operating efficiencies combined with service reductions in a period where demand for city services and capital investment have grown. We recognize that over the past 2 budget cycles, economic conditions have been challenging, and that those challenges were especially difficult in the last 2 years during the global pandemic. We balance the need to be financially prudent with the need to invest and grow in response to community demands and council's vision, all with an eye to long-term financial sustainability of the city. The combination of relatively low tax increases and higher inflation can create a compounding effect on the pressure felt in the budget process, especially when elements of the vision require transformational change. There are operating budget impacts from our capital budget, with debt being used to fund our capital projects. Constrained revenue from taxes and user fees also constrains the debt limit, which has a direct link to revenue. A combination of debt and pay-as-you-go is used to fund capital projects, both of which are funded through the operating budget. Growing expenses require additional revenue. The city has a limited number of tools to raise revenue, user fees and taxes being the most significant. This is why the discussion of tax tolerance is so important. A tax tolerance lower than inflation and population growth will not provide the revenue required to make transformational change this council is looking for without difficult decisions on service reductions and funding reallocations. As you consider your options in the next 4-year budget, we want to remind you of the components of tax increases and decreases. You saw a version of this slide at the spring supplemental operating budget adjustment. It's been expanded in this instance to demonstrate how the different directions have flexibility depending on council's goals and understanding of the public's tax tolerance. Please note that the boxes aren't necessarily to scale, but to illustrate what is in and what is out of the city, and council's control as we budget. I would draw your attention to the gray boxes. These are largely static. We have no ability to control the level of inflation, and the operating impacts of capital are a reflection of previous council decisions. We work to embed continuous improvement into the culture and to drive efficiencies. The other boxes are dynamic. As council, you influence the size of each of these. With a larger increase, council can decide to add services or make transformational changes. Service reductions in one area can be used to offset service enhancements in another, should council wish to do so. Overall, the balance between increases and decreases could shift towards more service or less, or the overall bar could lengthen if there's growth in areas that council can control. Combinations of the changes on either side of the 1% line shown on the slide are also possible. I'm now going to turn it over to Jody Graham to walk you through our current state.
The reality of the current climate is that in order to keep pace with population growth and general inflation that we are experiencing on existing services, we are anticipating an increase of 3.4, 3.6, 3.5, and 3.3% over the next 4-year period. In addition, we have a number of decisions that have already been made that further impact tax levy relating to growth. These include debt servicing changes, operating impacts of already approved capital, alley renewal, and contributed assets. With all of these factored in, our estimating starting point is 6.4, 5.9, 4.9, and 4.6% to address maintaining current services and previously approved growth. We are also currently experiencing short-term economic pressures that you would not normally have to deal with as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, resulting in shortfall revenues in transit of 1% in 2023, and the automated enforcement program of 1.1% in 2023 and 0.1% in the following years, which adds to the current pressure. In these specific situations, Council has two options: fund the revenue shortfall through tax levy increases, or reduce services to align with the revenue shortfalls. With all of this considered, it brings the tax levy impact to 8.5, 6.0, 5.0, and 4.7% just to maintain current service levels, as well as address previously approved growth and revenue shortfalls. It is also worth noting that the figures do not include snow and ice control program to bring it up to the current policy standards or any enhancements, the move from a pilot program to a permanent program for on-demand transit, the impacts of the FIFA World Cup, service growth to advance the priority areas, future growth capital debt charges, operating impacts of capital of any future growth projects, renewal capital debt charges, or any potential increases to transfer from operating to the capital budget to address renewal needs, which we will discuss later in this presentation. Next slide, please. For administration to bring forward a budget in the fall, it will be necessary to get an understanding of the tax tolerance. Through the discussions with Council and research and engagement we are doing with the community in advance of the budget, we will get an understanding of tax tolerance. We recognize that Council has a very difficult job in balancing the need to provide excellent services for Edmontonians with delivery of the transformational projects that will help us to achieve our vision for the future, all while keeping taxes manageable for Edmontonians and supporting our most vulnerable populations. The second question that we asked in the survey was around tax tolerance. Your responses to our survey suggested a tax tolerance in line with the maintained current service levels noted in the turquoise bar on the graph. There will be some difficult decisions and trade-offs to make in our operating budget, and we are committed to supporting you through the process to find that balance. Next slide, please. Our operating budget will also be impacted by what we choose to build. Next slide. This slide shows a simple visual of the relationship between capital spending and the operating expense budget.
Decisions that City Council makes in relation to capital projects that require debt will subsequently have a direct impact on the required amount of debt servicing within the operating budget. Conversely, the pay-as-you-go capital revenue comes from the pay-go spending within the operating budget. Before we go further, there are a few key terms and definitions we want to cover that are important in the development of the capital budget. This slide defines two high-level streams of capital funding. The first is unconstrained funding. Unconstrained funding represents the funding that is available at Council's discretion and with no restrictions for a variety of infrastructure needs. Unconstrained funding for the City of Edmonton consists of pay-as-you-go, Municipal Sustainability Initiative, or MSI, the Canada Community Building Fund, or CCBF, which was formerly referred to as the Federal Gas Tax Fund, and these sources have offer maximum flexibility. The second type of funding stream is constrained. Constrained funding is funding that is dedicated for various reasons to specific types of infrastructure or projects. Constrained funding is often tied to grants from other levels of government, developer and partner contributions, or a tax-dedicated levy such as the Neighbourhood Renewal Program. During today's discussions, we will be focusing on unconstrained funding. This slide provides definitions relating to the types of capital projects and programs. Renewal projects are investments in existing infrastructure to restore it to its former condition and extend its service life. Growth projects are investments in new assets and projects that add to or enhance the components of existing infrastructure assets that improves the types of services provided or improves the functionality. Finally, during the presentation, we will be referring to the renewal program ideal investment in subsequent slides. This ideal investment represents the combination of the renewal investment required to bring city assets to their target physical performance levels, and the growth investment required for renewal projects to address demand, capacity, and functionality deficiencies to align assets with approved strategies, policies, standards, and public expectations. It is important to note that the ideal investment represents a theoretical investment in our existing assets. We need to layer in a lens of capacity within the city. Edmontonians and industry, as well as the impact on Edmonton of that level of investment and stimulus construction projects. Based on those considerations, the ideal investment would likely never be recommended, even if the funding was available. Next slide. This slide is meant to give you a sense of our starting point with capital in comparison to the previous budget cycle. As we entered into the 2019 to 22 budget cycle, we had $1.71 billion in funding pre-approved for growth projects and $123 million pre-approved for renewal projects. During the budget deliberations, Council added an additional $1.23 billion in growth for a four-year total of $2.94 billion, and an additional $1.9 billion in renewal for a total of $2.02 billion, which represents 89% of the ideal funding level for renewal. In comparison, as of today, we have $3.83 billion pre-approved for growth projects in 2023 to 2026. This includes transformational projects like the Valley Line West LRT project, the Capital Line South LRT extension, the Yellowhead Freeway conversion project. The pre-approved 2023 to 2026 growth also includes 5 significant projects that were advanced by this current council in the fall 2021 supplemental capital budget adjustment and the recent April 2022 capital budget update report. These projects were the Lewis Farms Community Recreation Centre and Library, the Coronation Park Sports and Recreation Centre, the Ambleside Maintenance and Operations Integrated Site, the Valley Zoo Nature's Wild Backyard Phase 2, and the Edmonton-Strathcona County Pedestrian Bridge. These 5 projects represent roughly 14% of the total pre-approved growth funding for 2023 to 2026 budget process. On renewal, we have $207 million pre-approved, but what you will see in the following slide is that we have significant pressure on the renewal program and will be seeking council's input on how you want us to proceed in relation to this area of capital requirements. Next slide. This slide represents the funding challenges related to the unconstrained funding related to the renewal program, renewal ideal investment. And remember, as we indicated earlier, ideal investment is a theoretical investment in our existing budget and not necessarily a level that we would recommend. We are currently forecasting just under $3.4 billion of unconstrained funding over the next 10-year period, as noted in the top right-hand column. $166 million of this has already been pre-committed to previously approved projects previously approved by Council. Another $47 million of pay-as-you-go funding was pre-committed by Council to address operating budget challenges related to COVID-19 in the current cycle. This leaves a total of $3.178 billion of unconstrained funding available for a new allocation in the next 10 years. After accounting for renewal program expenditures that are normally funded with constrained funding resources like neighborhood renewal tax levy and the fleet replacement reserve, current modeling indicates that the renewal program ideal investment over the 2023 to 2032 would require just over $8 billion of funding that would normally come from the city's unconstrained funding pool. The projected unconstrained funding available, less the ideal investment requiring unconstrained funding, results in a $4.849 billion funding shortfall. In other words, if capacity was not a consideration, the funding gap would be $4.849 billion to fully fund the renewal program ideal investment over the next 10 years. This is before consideration of any new funding being available for pure growth projects. Next slide. This next slide begins to layer on the impact of growth project funding. There are currently 55 projects that have had design funding approved in the previous budget cycles and would require the remaining design and delivery dollars to proceed. The total estimated cost to complete these 55 projects is $1.844 billion. These projects are in development stages between checkpoints 1 to 3 of the PDDM. This means that the cost estimates for delivery can range from minus 50% to plus 100% for checkpoint 1 projects to minus 20% to plus 30% for projects at checkpoint 3. It is anticipated that some constrained funding from other orders of government would help to offset the costs of these projects. However, the city would still be required to provide matching funding. The availability of these constrained grants is not yet known, so we have currently added the entire $1.844 billion to the renewal program, ideal investment funding shortfall from the previous slide, to arrive at a total funding shortfall before consideration of additional growth initiatives of $6.693 billion over the period of 2023 to 2032. Not included in these figures are the additional growth initiatives listed at the bottom of the slide and include the remainder of the Edmonton Transit Service Fleet Storage Operations and Maintenance Facility Strategy, capital requirements outlined in the Energy Transition Strategy and Action Plan, capital requirements outlined in the Mass Transit Plan, and additional light rail vehicle replacement and growth units. Administration continues to work on more refined estimates of the cost to deliver these items. For now, it is fair to assume that they would require billions in funding to advance, on top of the $6.693 billion funding shortfall for renewal and growth projects already designed. Administration is exploring options for how to alleviate the funding gap that will be presented in more detail to Council in the Capital Investment Outlook in June. These options include disposing of assets not aligned with the city plan or with meeting the current service levels, funding the renewal program well below the ideal investment level, using tax-supported debt, and increasing taxes to provide additional funding for future renewal needs, similar to the neighborhood renewal program, or any combination of these approaches. It is important to note that the funding challenges we are projecting are significant, and even if we used a combination of each of these tools together, it is not enough to be able to fund ideal levels of renewal, plus all growth initiatives that are designed and/or referenced in the current strategic planning documents. Budgets are about choices, and for this four-year cycle is no exception. Each four-year cycle allows an opportunity to realign future plans to the city goals. This graph shows the percentage of assets in D and F condition over a 20-year period under two scenarios, the renewal program ideal versus the existing funding available. The green line at the bottom represents the percentage of assets in D and F condition if the program was funded at the ideal investment level. The blue line represents the impact to asset conditions if all available funding went to fund the renewal program only, and for clarity, this would be a scenario in which there was no unconstrained funding left for growth investment. In the scenario where 100% of all unconstrained funding goes directly to the renewal program, leaving $0 for growth, asset conditions deteriorate rapidly over the 20-year time frame. Ultimately, we will be somewhere between these two scenarios, but to do so, we need to look at all of the options available, including a significant evaluation of the volume of assets we currently own to determine which should no longer be kept and maintained. I'm now going to turn it back over to Stacey to walk you through our current debt analysis.
This slide provides a preliminary analysis on the availability of tax-supported debt to help offset the funding gap shown in the previous slides. The graph illustrates the city's tax-supported debt servicing limit, which is our most restrictive debt limit under the city's debt management fiscal policy. The red line on the graph represents our projected tax-supported debt service limit over the next 10 years. The darker color bar on the graph represents the debt servicing costs of all tax-supported debt that has already been approved on projects that are underway. When this bar is below the red line, we are within our internally defined limits. If this bar is above the red line, it means we've exceeded our internally defined limits. Without the consideration of any new debt in future years, you can see that the city gets fairly close to our internally defined debt limits in the years 2026 and 2027. For demonstrative purposes, we've added the lighter color bar, which represents the debt servicing impacts of an additional $700 million a year in tax-supported debt. This number is based on the $7 billion funding gap shown in the previous slide to deliver an ideal renewal investment plus growth projects that are already designed. Once again, it's important to note that this still does not include any additional growth projects that have yet to have design funding approved that were discussed on the previous slide, nor does it factor in additional constrained grant funding from other orders of government. The purpose of this graph is to demonstrate that although tax-supported debt is a tool available to council to advance capital projects when no other funding source is available, the following must be considered. There's clearly an insufficient capacity within our existing internally defined debt limits to address the renewal program shortfall and advance all growth initiatives. As the city approaches our internal debt limits, we run the risk of further impact to our credit rating. Our credit rating over time has gone down because of the ambitious capital growth. This can be a reasonable trade-off when a city is leveraging federal and provincial grants for large-scale transformational infrastructure like Yellowhead Freeway conversion and LRT. But an aggressive capital plan funded with debt will see further reductions in that rating in the future. If we're going to continue with the ambitious capital growth, council will need to consider this against the tax tolerance. Furthermore, if the city overextends itself with the use of debt for projects that do not have additional constrained funding sources, we run the risk of not having debt room available to access future grant programs that require city match funding. This slide shows the Municipal Government Act debt limit against the same data. The darker colored bar on the graphs represent the debt servicing costs of all tax-supported debt that has already been approved on projects that are underway, and the light bars again show the impact of that same $700 million per year of new tax-supported debt. As you can see, the debt limit in the Municipal Government Act is much higher than the city's internal debt limit that was shown on the previous slide. The debt management fiscal policy requires a number of revisions, and under the city charter regulation, establishing a debt limit for a city requires an external credit rating and a debt limit and debt servicing limit policy. A public hearing must be held with respect to these policies. Administration is undertaking the work on a revised debt and debt servicing policy that will balance long-term financial sustainability and affordability against council's priorities and goals. Debt is an important tool in the city's financial toolbox. It allows the city to deal with the lumpy nature of capital investment while considering intergenerational equity and the use of long-lived assets. The use of debt adds a nuance to our financial policy for fiscal revenue, to our fiscal policy for revenue generation, which defines who pays for what, in what amount, and why. Determining that an asset should be funded with debt allows us to spread the amount to those who pay over a longer period of time, capturing the full range of those benefiting from a public service. Now that you have a sense of where Council's preliminary prioritization and tax tolerances are, as well as further details on our operating resources and capital funding challenges, we look forward to hearing more from you about how we can weigh these factors in as we advance the budget development. After today's discussion, we will continue to engage with Council as we advance budget development, including additional surveys, one-on-one meetings, and reports. And we will continue in our efforts to gather insights from Edmontonians as well. All of these inputs will help us to bring forward a 4-year budget this fall that reflects the city's visions and plans and Council's priorities and is responsive to the tax tolerance levels of Council and Edmontonians. And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'll go to Councillor list here, and this was exempted by Councillor Cartmel. I'll go to him first, while other people sign on. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So thanks very much for the presentation. A lot of food for thought there, and a daunting task ahead of us, I guess. So a few questions. First of all, final council survey meetings, one-on-ones, that kind of a thing. Will we get some more detailed information before those meetings? So for instance, I think you said 51 projects that have received some amount of design funding. Will we get a list of those, and so we can contemplate what we might support going forward and that kind of thing?
You'll get that level of detail in June when we come with the capital and operating investment outlooks, but we have that information. We can share it with you. We just don't have it in a finalized version in order to necessarily distribute.
Yeah, so speaking just for myself, I'd like to see that and see sort of the current operating budget, but on a fairly detailed line-by-line current budget analysis. If we're going to be making trade-offs and you know, talking about what we support continually and what we support not, then you know, a fairly detailed listing would be helpful, I would think. So that's one. I guess a question then, you know, when we talk about our capacity to either maintain maintenance or add growth projects, the question comes to partnerships, and often that's in the form of P3s or you know, private sector partnerships. And in the past, when we've talked about that, we've talked about essentially that being taking on debt in another way. It becomes an operating cost to pay a partner, and they borrow on their books, and usually we have a preferential borrowing rate. But to my understanding, the province has been taking that borrowing rate up. So is that still the same circumstance? Are we more competitive to borrow ourselves than to borrow through a third party?
We are still, I would say, more competitive to borrow on our own than through a third party. And if you take something like P3 as an example, it will not just be the cost of borrowing, but also an equity return to the partners. Yeah. And so there's a number of things that we have to take into consideration of that. But I think it's fair to say that the gap is closing.
Yeah, so there might be some opportunities there, depending, and P3s take many forms, the maintenance, you know, ongoing, that kind of a thing. Do we release ourselves from that burden, and what's the payback on that? But there's opportunities for partnerships, I suppose. Is that fair to say, or it depends?
I think it depends. There's more opportunities in future projects, but obviously less opportunities on projects that are already in flight or things that we've already built other than outsourcing.
So along that same vein, we live in a region, and we've talked a little bit at the regional table about partnerships in terms of utilities, or at least coordinating our efforts, not duplicating efforts when it comes to, I forget the name of all the acronyms and the like, but making sure we don't build a rec center right next or across the street from somebody else's rec center, as an example. Is there opportunities for partnerships within the region? And have we explored that, or would that be more of a regional table conversation?
I think that would be more of a regional table conversation, and I'd look to Ms. McCabe if she's on the line, but I think that is some of the work that we look at in terms of shared investment for shared benefit.
Right, yeah, and maybe we need to look at that, more carefully, even if it's just a 2 or 3 of our regional partners that help deliver a particular thing. We can explore that.
Councillor Carmel, we actually have one project that was approved by council, the Northeast Pedestrian Bridge.
Right.
That's
Right.
cost shared in the region, and I think the recent regional table discussions that have happened have opened up more opportunities for that. But I would suspect that this is something that's challenging all municipalities in terms of resourcing, so to speak.
And capacity, yeah. So that's a great example, Mr. Locken. And that had slipped my mind. I'm sure why. It was just last week. But if there's more opportunities that way. Often what I get asked by those I represent is why, we're going to have this conversation in a minute, but why can St. Albert and Sherwood Park do snow clearing so much better than we can? And that sort of takes me to that pie chart that we get that speaks to the proportions of our operating budget that we spend on each thing, so much for transit, so much for police, so much for fire. Do we have a comparative analysis of what our regional partners are spending on those things as well? So could we get a pie chart for some of the other municipalities so that we can see what they do versus what we do? I just think that might be informative to see, as sort of markers in space about where we might look for opportunities or balancing.
We can look at providing that analysis.
If it's not too onerous.
Yeah, I think we would do it high level,
Yeah.
very, very similar to what our categories are.
Yeah, that would be helpful for me. Thank you.
I think scale is important to consider as well, Councillor Carmel.
100%.
The numbers of sort of how many St. Alberts fit within a City of Edmonton boundary that context has to be included in that. So I would suggest that be part of it.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. This was a fascinating presentation, especially as a new councillor. I have a couple of questions. The first is sort of better understanding the presumptions. I'm assuming that the tax tolerance slide you showed me presumes a static EPCOR dividend at 178 million, what we received this year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And could you tell me what assumption, by the way, the timer's not running to the clerk. Could you tell me what assumption, thank you. Okay, hold it. It's running, but I'm offside, yeah. Could you tell me what assumption was built in for the police funding?
Static, right? So what's built into what we have here is no increase in funding to police, the static amount that you have, the current amount that they have.
Right, so that presumes, sorry, could you clarify, does that presume if the police were to receive 0 for the next 4 years, that is the bar chart you provided?
That's correct.
Or is that presuming a funding formula?
No funding formula presumed.
Okay.
It is at their current levels.
So that's something for us to consider as well around community safety and well-being spending and the recommendations this coming week. This might be a subsequent, but I understand that the provincial government has done a number of revenue reductions to the City of Edmonton. I believe Minister Maddu reduced the police funding by $5 million around one of the centers we've recently learned about, millions cut to automated enforcement. I've heard through other sectors have seen freezes or cuts to not-for-profits and others. I'm wondering if it would be possible to get a sense of, as we're balancing this, where are the areas that the provincial government has cut spending to Edmontonians that we as council are being asked to make that up. And I think of housing, I think of women's shelters that we recently made multi-million-dollar allocations in those areas. I'm interested in other pieces too, just so we can have a sense as we're communicating our budget to Edmontonians, just the burden that's being placed on us.
Yeah, we've highlighted some of that throughout the presentation, but we could provide via memo a summary of the larger ones. In some instances, it can be difficult for us to quantify what we could have had versus what we have, so it requires some assumptions.
Excellent, thank you. And finally, I'm interested in, I recently saw that 30% of our growth this past year has been infill. And I'm interested in some of the presumptions and decisions as well around our built form and opportunities to build wealth while alleviating the pressure on civic services. Like if we continue over the next 4 years achieving, say, a 30% infill target, what impact will that have on our tax rate and on our use of or demand for services?
So that would be a much more complex analysis. For purposes of what we've delivered to you today here, we've really just only made an assumption about municipal growth as a whole, not in which form that municipal growth will be in.
Right, so sort of presuming the same expansion to the same neighborhoods, et cetera, that will still require servicing, snow removal, et cetera. Not necessarily counting for new revenue popping up in Oliver, Blatchford, or somewhere else. Am I correct there?
That's correct.
Okay. I think. Okay. Yeah, I think that's my questions right now. I'll yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for this. This is really helpful as a starting point. So even just from some of the questions we just had from the previous two councillors, some of these questions might be, in our old process, we would potentially be doing those as written questions later in November, and then you would use that and respond to those. Recognizing those questions can often be complex, and having gone through that at a few different times, are you looking at something like the interview process as a way to identify what some of those questions may be 6 months earlier instead of waiting until November? I'm just wondering how we can best help make your life easier, because I think we're going to want answers to all those questions. I think we're going to want the charts that Councillor Cartmell talked about, but I don't want us to have to wait to November, so you're left scrambling to that. So is that something you have thought about?
Yeah, so I think for sure that's something that so maybe I'll say it this way. The intent in coming forward today is not necessarily to be able to answer all those questions or to avoid those questions from coming. It really is to get an understanding of your level of tax tolerance and how comfortable you are in bringing a budget that has a higher level of tax increase to achieve your goals. I need to get a sense of that information so we know where to draw the line in terms of prioritization in order to bring you something that has things that are funded and things that are unfunded.
Absolutely.
And then you'll need some additional detail to make those decisions, and that is what I think will drive those questions in the fall.
Okay, good. I wanted to make sure because, I think about my first budget, and I think I probably had 100 questions in the written, and I didn't do that the second time around, but we got a new council, and every new councillor could have 100 written questions, and I want to make sure you've got a process in place that allows you to try to capture some of what new councillors might be looking for before the written questions get submitted, so you're not left scrambling for what could be 1,000 written questions in a 2-week period versus a few new common themes in the summer as to what might be coming. That might allow you to try to address it in the actual budget document that gets released.
Yeah, and we will do, it is our intention after we come with the CIO and the OIO to also bring you a budget process document, so you also get an understanding of what that process will look like.
Excellent. Okay, then I won't ask any more process questions. I will flag, I'd like to when we do have that conversation about whether we should look at taking the committee and council week that's sort of in between the process and putting that at the end and actually making budget a little bit earlier, because I know we make not as great decisions as we get later and later in December. So I'll flag that for something that we'll chat about during that time. I have a number of other questions here. So you asked about that tolerance piece, and part of the challenge, of course, is not having access to all the information yet because you're in the process of developing it. So there's sort of this a bit of a chicken and egg piece. Is there a way to, Councillor Cartmel started down this path, but getting a better sense of what's truly in the existing service levels category, what we might consider if we were going to go down the path of the service reductions category, because I have a sense of the things that we can do that would add. I think we've made a number of motions on that. I don't have as clear of a sense as what I might want to take away from to potentially increase in another area. So if I want to increase snow and ice to the level that's been identified, but maybe I'm not willing to support anything over a 5% tax increase, I have to pull from somewhere else, and I'd like to be able to give some guidance around what we would ask you to look at. So when would we start seeing some of that information? Would that be through some of the interviews and being able to chat about that?
I think through some of the interviews, and I think too, what we would want to for us to even, like, we're a $3 billion corporation, for us to even be able to bring forward things that would be service level reductions, you have to indicate which areas are you okay with us reducing services in.
So I completely agree, and what I'm wondering about is how we can smooth that process. So if you think back to the last 4-year cycle, I had done that motion in September, which was not probably great timing around what options we might look at if we were reducing service by 1%, 2%, 3%, and 4%. And that was really helpful data that helped us reduce things by about $65 million over that cycle or used to other areas. Would we have something like that to help inform that in this process?
Potentially. I'm cautious because when we did that before, a lot of what you were seeing too was efficiencies. I think this time around you are into cuts in service and reductions.
Yeah. I'm out of time. I'll have some more. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thanks very much for the great presentation. Maybe just to start, I'm just interested in a sensitivity analysis, particularly around the operations. So could you just remind me the number value to a 1% increase or decrease?
So every 1%, at the beginning of the budget, it is around 17.5 million. And it goes up every year. So in 2023, it's 17.5, 24, it's 18.1, 2025, it's 18.7, 2026, it's 19.4.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. I think that just, just further to some of the other questions from my colleagues around just the assumptions we're making around dividends, for example, just sort of how that impacts in. I also had questions around the assumptions around development patterns, infield versus greenfield, but I understand that's probably something that will happen through the growth strategy rather than that was part of this analysis.
That's correct.
Okay, great. This is getting into a bit of history, I guess, but do we have previous reports that really get into the rationale for the internally set debt limit in terms of what the thinking was or why we came up with that as a municipality?
That policy is fairly old, and so I have to draw in my memory a fair bit. But I believe at the time, and it would be similar to what we would undertake when we bring forward a new policy. It would have been a jurisdictional scan at the time, an understanding of what affordability was weighed against what we thought the need was and how fast we were growing.
And Is it your, I mean, not, I know this is a complex question, but is the feeling that that policy, so regardless of if we were facing the question that we are right now, is the rationale underpinning that policy still valid now?
I mean, the policy needs some updates because it has some stuff that probably needs to be corrected, not corrected, but altered since the drainage transition. I think it depends, a lot of it comes down to affordability, and so it really is the will of councils in knowing what they believe the affordability level is for the use of debt and debt servicing as a component of the tax levy. And a look across at the jurisdictional scan, we know that 15% is, at the time, was comparable to what we were seeing other cities set as debt limits. But you can, I'd maybe draw your attention to the debt white paper, which is an older paper, but still very much would walk through how we determine what the appropriate level of debt is. It doesn't get into the nuance of how we embed that into policy, but all of the factors that we consider.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful, and certainly some further homework for me to do to understand that a bit further. Just further on the, so certainly echo my colleagues' comments around, the benefit of having some of that more detailed information in terms of the operational line items to look at, again, where we might take from or reallocate. Just wondering as well with the capital, on the capital side, what are the assumptions around cost escalation? So I know that we've heard that there has been significant cost escalation recently. So just wondering what those projections are considering in that regard. Are they based on our current budget, or do they include consideration of those cost escalations?
I believe RIMS includes an element of inflation.
It does. I think it's a very high-level model, though, in that it can't really provide sort of what we're seeing on an annual basis. It's more of an escalation that would be provided over a 4-year or a 10-year period.
So if we're, I guess I'm just wondering is if we sort of make some decisions on the capital budget based on what the information we currently have, and we maybe trim back on some projects, we decide to recommit to others, are we then going to sort of have unpleasant surprises in terms of, oh, we've done all that prioritization work and now there's this other 10%?
Well, the idea behind the capital governance framework that council approved, the PDDM model, is that you minimize those impacts. But yes, cost escalations do impact the availability of project funding, if I could call it that. Your total amount may not change, but your allocation per project may change.
Great, thank you so much.
And the inflation in the model is like a higher order inflation. It's not a local market cost escalation.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I have lots of questions. I'm first of all just sort of tagging on to what Councillor Cartmell asked for about the 55 projects list. Would that also include at what stage in the PDM model that it's in?
Yeah, we could include that information.
I'm just wondering if we do need to look at reducing some of those projects. It would, I guess, better to get them at the start rather than further down the line. And then I'm going on back to the slide on the percent of assets in D and F condition. Can you explain to me what, I guess, sort of the rating scale for D and F and what those assets would be?
Sorry, is the question what's our target and how is that broken down by different assets?
I guess what types of assets are in D and F condition, and what makes them D and F?
So all of our a portion of all of our assets would be in D and F. That's part of the cycle of renewal. That you do have you do have assets in all of our different asset types that would be trending into a DNF condition. The goal is to ensure that we don't have too many and that you're investing in a way where you can get them out of that while others are moving into that condition rating. So it's a life cycle approach that we take in terms of our renewal investments.
Okay, so that would be like our roads that are in need of repaving and sidewalks that are in need of repouring?
That's correct. So
Okay.
neighborhood renewal is an ongoing cycle of taking neighborhoods out of the DNF condition and raising them into a higher condition rating, while others are regressing into a DNF condition. So what we try to do is keep that value, as the slide indicates, the ideal investment is below 10%, and then that's the theory side. The practical side, based on available funding and capacity, is somewhere above that.
So Edmontonians' preference is to keep it below that 10%, the green line, right?
That's our desired investment based on the infrastructure management policy that council has approved. It's really around good asset management. And this goes back a number of years when the city was sort of recovering from low investment in our assets. The policies were established to ensure that we didn't get into that cycle again.
So are we kind of making up for lost time where things were left in sort of disrepair?
Well, I think there's a couple of factors. I think certainly the last 3 budget cycles have been a significant investment in renewal, and that started to address some of the previous lack of investment. However, we have a significant number of assets within our inventory at the City of Edmonton, and that's buildings, roads, parks, and that contributes to it as well. That and the vintage of some of our assets. We are reaching a point where, based on when they were built, specifically on the facility side, they're in need of significant renewal investment just based on the vintage of the facilities.
And the greater we expand outward, the more infrastructure that we're going to have to support going forward in repairs and that, right?
The greater you expand, the greater the number of assets that the city is responsible for.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted a question. On the service level reductions, could we also sort of look where we're getting the best return on investment, sort of where we're getting the biggest bang for our buck? If we do have to look at reducing some services?
So I think maybe what I'll say is we've done quite a bit of work around priority-based budgeting, and that some of that work will show us which services are not well aligned to the goals and priorities, and which of the things that we do are either not mandated or are not heavily relied on by citizens. So things that are mandated and for which our citizens rely on the city, those are they weight higher in the prioritization than other things. So by virtue of prioritizing as part of the budget process, you will end up seeing that type of ranking.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, I echo my colleagues' sentiments about thank you for the great presentation. It's something I am not surprised by, because I've been saying many times that I know this budget cycle is going to be tough, but this just really outlines how tough it's really going to be. I did have a few questions. Under the one chart, you talk about estimated tax increase to maintain services at approved growth, and it says revenue shortfall. So we're estimating a 2.1% revenue shortfall in 2023, but then it looks like it's just a 0.1 going forward. That includes transit and everything. So that's assuming that we're getting back up those ridership levels, or what's the forecasting there?
So
that basically assumes we start to see as it starts to ramp back up. And so if we have the 1% in 2023, then it will start to level out and get us back to pre-pandemic levels. It's not expected to get completely back though until 2029. So getting that 1% added on and then carrying that forward will help to close that gap for us.
The 1%, like, so that basically what we said, 17 million, 18 million, whatever it is in what year? Okay, that's helpful. And then I'm a little bit confused, so I just need some clarity for my own mental math around the renewal stuff in the capital. And so is that renewal bar graph specific to neighborhood renewal or all renewal, like the high level? I'm just trying to get a sense of what is already approved, I guess, in that really short bar graph, and what would be stuff that we'd be considering.
Are you talking about the debt working papers with
Pre-approved capital budget comparison to 2019 to 2022? And then it says a budget approved renewal, and then pre-approved growth.
So portions of the pre-approved for renewal are related to actually recent supplementary capital budget adjustments. Some examples, 124th Street renewal was recently approved by council.
Yeah.
The renewal of the convention center, sorry, I keep wanting to call it the Shaw, and the exhibition, Northlands area, sorry. I'm terrible with names right now.
So it's all, just so I understand though, so it's anything that would be categorized as renewal, including neighborhood renewal, including renewal of assets?
Correct.
Okay.
And these would have been decisions that have been in front of council, either as part of the fall SCBA or the recent report that we had in front of council related to 124th Street we identified.
Exactly. So, but right now we're kind of making them as one-off decisions, and this is giving us the cumulative picture. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and some you make as one-off decisions, and others you make with a long-term view, knowing that you're going to make a decision that's going to span multiple years and potentially into the next cycle.
Okay. So so just so I understand though, when it comes to the budget, we'll get a list of recommended renewal, and they'll be prioritized based on things like liability requirements, those kind of things, safety.
So at the CIO, we will identify similar to what's been presented in this presentation, the ideal investment amount over the next 10 years.
Okay.
And then on the basis of what we've identified, the gap that we have and some insight from council, hoping to get some insight from council at the CIO around levels of investment and options around funding mechanisms, and that was highlighted here. And then one that's, I think, important to consider is the number of assets that we have specifically on the facility side. We do think we're facility rich and challenging to fund that amount.
But we've tried to before, right? Get rid of some of those assets, and
We have,
right?
and it's always a tough conversation.
I'm thinking about some of the smaller rec centers.
Yeah, it's always a tough conversation, we understand it. But the way we would prioritize is certainly condition, then we would look at city plan alignment, and then there are other criteria that we would use to prioritize those, legislative, et cetera.
Okay. And my last question is around MSI funding. Have we kind of forecasted with MSI just staying at current levels with no inflation? Because I know there was no increase in this current budget from the province, which is essentially a decrease because they didn't match inflation. So I'm just wondering how we've accounted for MSI funding in the next four-year budget.
So MSI will switch to the local government fiscal framework, and so we're using the formula outlined in that legislation to forecast from.
Okay, and is it seeing an increase then, that formula?
The formula starts at a base amount, which actually decreased, and so, but will increase with provincial revenues over time, but at a much lower rate than provincial revenues increase. So the potential for some growth, but probably starting from
a lower amount.
A lower amount, yes.
I agree with Councillor Jens, and I think we need that more explicit, because that is definitely something that the public needs to be aware of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for the presentation. I will start with a question around our carbon budget. So, of course, as was mentioned, budget conversations will be informed by council priorities, but it was also identified that in one of the early slides, climate action is a top priority for this council. So I'm wondering how the carbon budget is going to play into this conversation and help inform discussions alongside priority-based budgeting.
So Councillor Salvador, so the carbon budgeting and accounting framework, so we will be looking at all of our operating investment decisions and capital investment decisions that we're bringing forward as a part of 23 to 26 with that carbon lens. So we'll be applying, we'll be showing you for any new operating investments you want to make or capital investments you want to make, what the overall GHG impact would be. So that's one way you'll see it in the budget. And then, like we had shown last fall, we'll show you an overall forecast of what the whole 23 to 26 capital and operating budget, what the impact of that is on our targets to get to carbon neutral by 2040. So that's the two main ways you're going to see that in the operating and capital budgets.
Great. And what will that look like on, I mean, even conversations around renewal, are we going to get a lens on the carbon side as well?
Yep, if there's any significant impacts on any of the renewal investment decisions, you would see that as well.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Also had, I guess, a larger question just around the fairly significant funding gap and tools for offsetting that gap. I appreciate several were presented today, but I kind of keep coming back to expanding those tools and having a more diversified revenue stream. And then it brings me to conversation around city charter legislations, and that was kind of a window into what things possibly could look like. But of course, we saw that clawed back and repealed. So I guess are there, I'll say, concerted efforts in the works to explore what it would take, what it would look like to really modernize municipal funding tools, just recognizing that, you know, our tools are so limited, yet our responsibilities and roles are expanding and have been expanding over the last few decades.
So, yes, we've looked at some of that stuff as part of the charter negotiations. I'm not sure that there will be an opportunity to reopen the charter information. We did take that report on transit recently and talk about advocacy around a number of tools. But I think, you know, to really get into any advocacy around that, that's a discussion I'd want to have in private.
Okay, great. Yeah, I appreciate that. And then I'll just go to, let's see. Yeah, just around the debt servicing policy. So I understand that there's some work being done there. I guess I'm trying to understand, are there opportunities to kind of place additional parameters around eligible projects? You know, for example, if we set a limit and there's kind of an additional buffer that we're willing to go into, but we're only willing to go into that if projects meet certain criteria or are very, very sort of strictly tied to a certain goal or certain outcome. Is that an option, or do things have to be fairly broad when we're talking about our debt limit?
I think that's an option when you define your own policy. We've tended to keep the policy kind of at its highest order around making sure that you're using debt only for long-lived assets with longer lives so that it reflects the intergenerational equity component that we talk about in the debt white paper. But those are things that you can add in. I think you just have to be cautious that whether you add those to a policy or whether you have a framework in which you operate and make those decisions, you want a policy to be enabling, not necessarily to be so restrictive that you can't do what you think you need to do at a certain point in time.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. And then just one quick question back to carbon budget and our energy transition goals. I just wanted to clarify. So the 2023 to 2032 range, we're looking at, I believe it was a $6 billion shortfall for renewal and growth projects, but that's not including energy transition, mass transit, fleet storage and transition. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice?
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Chair. Just want to say thank you for this presentation. Actually, I appreciate the opportunity and for us to have this start point discussion, and also appreciate and public can heard this discussion as well. So my first question, I understand this is more about the prioritizing process and for related to the tax tolerance. And so my first question is about from prioritizing and strategic alignment. So this prioritize is owning and reflect our city councils, but how that majority of Edmontonians prioritizing expectation for services and program reflect in this process?
So a couple ways, I would say, so our prioritization criteria involves things like looking at the legislative requirements and the reliance, so basic program attributes, but also looking at how the programs and services tie through to the strategic plans like Connect Edmonton and City Plan, both of which were developed within a significant amount of engagement from the community. So we use that in guiding our prioritization process, but throughout the budget process, we're also doing some research, focus groups, and engagement with the community to get an understanding of whether that prioritization we're doing is consistent with what we're hearing in the public and in the community.
That's great, and I understand that city plan or Connect Edmonton has been done, and then with intensive engagement from public. And however, from timing perspective, after 2 years, and then there's so many change and globally, and then big environment change, and then how that change will be reflected in this budgeting process. I understand later on we will have stakeholder engagement, we will have public engagement. Is that safe to say all this engagement will change? Right now, the forecasting for the percentage reflecting our priority areas.
So if you're talking about the
Yes.
wheel I provided earlier, that was council's prioritization. So yes, to the extent that the public is suggesting that they want to prioritize on different things, that could change. But what you saw in the presentation was council's prioritization of the 6 things you identified.
Yeah, I just want to get that very clear. And then, so in this priority areas for the percentage, can you provide a little bit more details regarding the 21.3% mobility network? What is the scope under that specific piece?
So, so maybe I'll start with this. So when we came to you on February 7th, those were the 6 items that council indicated were their highest order priorities. And so we took that information away. That mobility network, you'll still be able to make decisions on how much, how fast, how far you want to go. But of the 6 priorities that you identified, that 21%, that reflects that of all the people that answered the survey, when you were allocating the $100, the average was of that $100, 21% of it would go to mobility network.
So do you have like specific detail? What's the scope under this actually priorities? And because this is actually pretty high, the second highest percentage, I would like to have better understanding what the specific priorities going to under this 21%.
So just to help Ms. Padbury, some of those would include transit, investment in transit, active transportation improvements. These are all sort of the mobility choices that would be identified through city plan in terms of implementation. So to Ms. Padbury's comment related to how far, how fast, it would be decisions around improving the mobility network related to the population increases that we've identified within city plan. So again, transit, active transportation, goods movement, how folks are going to get around the city.
That's wonderful. Thank you for that clarification. So next question is about service reduction. So I know, and this is challenge and for council this time. I think my time is out. I come back later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and very much appreciate this report and presentation. There's a lot. I think I'm gonna spend the next while. I do need some time to process, but I guess just continue on that thread about the priority area. One of the challenges I found was, certainly this is what we talked about, but I also see, overlap with some of these priority areas. For example, mobility network and transit planning will influence district planning, which will, kind of contribute towards some of climate action, et cetera. Do you also kind of potentially see that, some of the funding towards one area might perhaps offset, some of the others? That's what I found was difficult with that exercise.
Yeah, and we recognize that there's a lot of interconnectivity, and so when part of the process this time around is when we bring you service packages as part of the budget, you'll receive an integrated service package where we do our best to try and make those connections for you.
Great, thank you. And then, for example, that information around 51 or so project, I'm assuming, they all align with the city plan somehow, but just kind of the degree of alignment might vary. And you will include some analysis around that as well?
Yeah, so those, for all of those things that are designed, we'll put that through the prioritization process.
Okay.
And some of them will come out funded and some of them will come out unfunded. To know what's going to do that, an understanding of at what tax tolerance do we need to bring that budget in is part of that exercise. But it was always intended that those 55 projects would go through the prioritization process.
Okay. This council hasn't really talked about council initiatives, which, can serve as a tool for setting some of that priorities, maybe not that we haven't even considered. I guess I'm just curious, when, I guess it's a question not just to administration, but also to this council, when do we want to talk about those? Would some of that have significant budget implication? Should that be part of this conversation? And I'm not sure who, usually I will look to Mr. Corbell here. I know.
So I would say, to the extent that you have initiatives that you want part of the process, we would need to get an understanding of that in order to place them in the process. Right now, what we've got in the budgetary process is consideration of those 6 priorities that you identified through our last discussion.
Yeah, so maybe I'll just flag that for my colleagues here. I think we need to have that conversation sooner than later. I guess finally, you outline a bit of the timeline for continued engagement with the council. Can you just remind us the timeline for, and the various methods with the general public and the stakeholders? You mentioned focus groups, insight, and that. When is that coming?
So I think I circulated a memo late last week on the budget engagement.
Gotcha, okay.
But so we will do some initial, we've done our focus groups already, so we do some initial engagement with the community, sort of just growing at each point until we arrive at the public hearing in the fall.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Everybody had a first round. Councillor Principe, can you take the chair? Oh, so who's next up from Councillor Principe? Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair? Here you go, Councillor Principe. Here you go. Thank you. If you could take the chair, Councillor Principe.
I will take the chair, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I just need some clarifications on the transit funding shortfall that you talk about. How is that, we got money from the province and the feds to meet with the shortfall, so why is that shortfall there now?
You got money for 2022, not 2023 and beyond.
So we're gonna use all that money in year one, and then there's future shortfall that we are accounting for, right?
Correct. The shortfall calculated here is the shortfall after the funding from the government runs out.
Got it.
And before you have transit ridership back to pre-pandemic levels.
Got it. That's good clarification. On the, we do get growth revenue from residential, commercial, and industrial development, right? And I think in 2022, we got more than what we projected for, right? Or budgeted for. Is the future growth revenue figured into what is needed as a tax levy?
Yes, so future growth, an estimation of future growth is already in these numbers.
Okay, so with that number, we still need, if I'm looking at that chart, 3.40 for 2023 to maintain services, right? And then 3.60 and 3.50, 3.33.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. I think we are in about 76 lines of business in the city. That's kind of services we provide.
I think we usually say 73, but
73, okay, 73.
a number, quite a large number.
Yeah, right. And following up on Councillor Knack and Councillor Cartmel's questions and others' questions about doing that analysis around, are all those 73 service areas are still aligning with the vision of Edmontonians, and what can we do less and where we need to shift to do more. So that analysis will take place, right?
That's correct. Like, that is part of the priority-based budgeting process, is looking at which services are most aligned, which are least aligned, and then we can bring forward discussions around those. I guess what I would say is we'd have to understand that you'd be willing to cut services.
Yes, I think
in order
that,
for us to even bring those forward.
I think that's a very important flag, because in the past, when you make recommendations, council doesn't feel the same way as the administration does on where the budget cuts needs to be. I think putting that onus on us as representatives of Edmontonians to figure out where we need to make cuts, if we need to make cuts, is that what that will help us do that if we present that information to us.
Yes, I would just say that just bringing you a suite of things that you could cut should you decide to cut is also something that has a tremendous impact on the city's culture, and introduces a lot of uncertainty. So I just want to flag that list of things that we may cut are difficult for us to do without directing where you're actually comfortable making cuts.
When would you need that once that information is presented to us, in June, July? When would that direction be?
I think probably the appropriate time for that is after we come to you with the operating investment outlook and the capital investment outlook. You'll have a better sense of the whole picture.
That's in June, right?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. I think it would also be helpful for us to understand and Edmontonians to understand how much tax revenue we actually collect per every dollar that they pay in taxes. I think still about 8 cents of every dollar that Edmontonians pay in all forms of taxes, from property to income to.
Yeah, that was the number at one point in time. I'd have to do a little bit of research to see if that still hovers around the 8 cent mark.
Yeah. And part of, as Councillor Rutherford was asking, around analysis on grant funding, MSI and all that, right? So, okay,
correct.
Got it, good. I think that's good information for us to have to make these tough decisions. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, and I'll take the chair back.
Okay.
Okay, no one else has signed up. Actually, if you could move the second, I'll move the second round.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second.
Thank you. Please call the vote.
Just hold on.
We have all the votes. Please display the votes. And that is carried. I will give the chair back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councillor Principe. I'll look at the list again. Here we go. Councillor Wright, you're next.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think I was on there from the previous list, but since I have the opportunity, maybe I will ask a question or two. I guess when I completed the survey, I indicated what my tax tolerance would be and how I'd best spend the $100. But I'm just wondering, I guess it would be dependent, the areas that I would spend the $100 would be dependent on the projects and priorities that come forward with the budget. So I guess my question is, those priorities are based, will they also be based on the interviews that you're going to be conducting with each of the councillors?
Yeah, in part, and I would just say, like, what the intention of that exercise was just to be able to give us a sense of, in our prioritization, how, should we weight arts and culture the same as the other 5 priorities, or which of these are most important to you to help us make sure that we're capturing that weighting appropriately when we're developing the budget?
Okay, I like that idea of the weighting. Okay. That sounds good. And then I guess I just want to confirm again, Councillor Janz's request about as far as the burden that's been placed on us from the reduction in the provincial funding. So I'm looking forward to that memo as well. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Cartmel. Somebody complaining about nobody's complaining about snow removal today, right? Right.
Thank you,
Councillor Cartmel. Go ahead.
Oh, Mr. Robar, we're gonna have fun with that, buddy. Later, though. Just one question. So, well, one sort of stream of questions. Our internally defined debt limit is, I think, 75% of the MGA defined debt service limit, correct? Is that right?
I think so. I have to double check that unless Harm knows the answer.
So but it's some proportion of the MGA.
It is some proportion. So
Yeah.
the debt servicing limit in the MGA is 35% of your consolidated revenues, correct? And so and once you get around 75% of that is when you start getting scrutinized a bit more in your debt borrowing. So we took 75% of that 35% as our starting point.
Of our consolidated revenue.
To get around 22%.
To get around 22, yeah, right. Okay.
But for tax-supported debt, it is tied, the servicing limit is tied at 15% of tax-supported revenues. So that is the one that you're seeing in that red line.
Right, 15, yeah, so there's sort of a double limit.
Yeah, there's a debt limit and a debt servicing limit.
Right, and we've defined those internally, hence the name, internally defined. We're limiting ourselves to something less than the MGA allows, just to be conservative.
That's correct. And the charter allows us to set whatever we would like.
Right. Not above the MGA limit, though.
So the charter permits us to establish our own debt limit. It's silent on whether we have to use the MGA limit. The requirement is, though, for us to have a credit rating and a public hearing to determine those policies.
Right. So to change those limits would be a public hearing.
That's correct.
Now, I thought I heard you say that you're examining debt management policy and are you coming back then to a hearing to suggest some policy changes?
Yes, we do have to do a cleanup, so we figured we would do it all at the same time.
And so is that a reconsideration of those, of raising those limits or of extending the borrowing periods or do you have a sense of what you're going to suggest or is it just cleanup?
No, we'll come back with some suggestions. We'll do a jurisdictional scan, but I'm not to sound repetitive, but this is why tax tolerance does actually matter, because to the extent that you have a lower tax tolerance, then it's going to make that limit harder. Like, we're going to bump that limit quicker if we don't increase tax revenue.
Yeah, well, yeah, if we increase tax revenue, then we automatically increase the limit, which is counterintuitive to calling it a limit.
Yes, and it works both ways, I would say. So we do debt servicing, then have to raise taxes, that increases the limit. If you always, though, find reductions to offset that, the revenue line never changes, the limit never gets higher either. And there's an internal tension there that we have to manage.
Right.
And we'll try to look at what is the right place to land that internal tension.
Have we thought about another metric, like tying it to GDP, as an example? That we should, our debt to GDP ratio should be X. Or that, and that defines our debt, which in turn defines our revenue. In other words, like a test of a capacity of the city to pay. Because all we're really testing is our budgeting skills.
Yeah, and I don't know that we've looked at tying it specifically to GDP, but we've looked at measurements of that to indicate what the formula should be and how we determine that that's affordable. So it forms some of the work that we do, but we don't entrench GDP into the formula. We figure out how to convert that into things that we can control and manage.
Well, I'm wondering if there's a way we can look at this through the lens of the capacity of the economy to pay, as opposed to the tax tolerance of residential taxpayers. Sorry, Councillor Paquette, because that's who we take our feedback from, because that's who votes. So, to sort of eliminate that cynicism, it's my cynicism, is there another way to test the tolerance of the total economy to take on debt and service that debt, as opposed to just a public opinion poll? My words.
Yes, and I think our work will inform that. I think at the end of the day, though, in a public hearing, you will hear from residents and businesses and the folks who pay taxes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know part of what you're looking for is that guidance, and I mean, I know the survey gives you some guidance for this. I guess the other piece, so I don't know if you actually just want us to all sort of sign on and say, here's where, my tolerance is. So maybe first that question, is that the type of guidance you're looking for each of us to give you right now today?
I mean, I don't think you need to give it today. It's something that I think you need to think about and be ready to help guide us through as part of the CIO and the OIO. Perfect. We surveyed you. We're here telling you that your tax tolerance seems to be in line with maintaining services, not transformational change, and not necessarily even in line with the growth for things that you've already approved in the past.
Yeah.
And so we'll be looking for some more guidance as part of the CIO and the OIO.
Perfect. Okay, so we've got a little bit of time. So, and I think that's part of the questions I'm trying to ask I want to give that guidance. So as an example, I right now, today, if you were to put me on a mark, I feel like I'm somewhere below 5%, maybe in the 4% range. We've got an inflationary hit. We've got a lot of different competing parts. At the same time, I know we've approved things that would probably put us quite a bit higher, and so my tolerance might be taking the bottom 10 lines of the 73 lines of business based off the prioritization work that you're doing and saying, maybe we're not doing those anymore or doing them at a substantially lower rate to use that to help fund these other pieces. So that's the part that I feel like I'm missing, because I appreciate your point that the list idea 4 years ago, maybe not perfect, but it gave me something I could look at and help inform myself. Do we have a list, have we been sent a list? I was trying to track it down on my email of the 73 lines of business.
So the 73 lines of business, the easiest place to see them, I believe, is in the corporate business plan placemat. That's where you would find them, but you wouldn't necessarily see dollar values beside them, but you'd see the listing of them.
And so that's the other piece. I remember, thank you for pointing where it is. Now the dollar amount is probably the next most important part. When you're making your assumptions under your prioritization, you're not necessarily assuming removing any of the 73 lines of business or reducing them right now? So what's your current assumption going into this budget? You've had a 3.4% for maintained services. Does that mean even line item 73 is getting an increase for keeping up?
Yeah, it assumes that we are not cutting any services. I don't want to, it's not as nuanced as saying, oh, like service number 73 is not getting an increase, because we do as part of our budgetary process, some work around what do areas actually need, what does their trending show. Some areas might actually have budget increases, some might have. So there'll be an internal reallocation, but it'll be done from unless directed otherwise, it'll be done from the view of we'll still maintain those services, but do them as efficiently as possible.
Okay, that's helpful, because I might be willing to look at that differently, and through the future conversations, we can provide that direction. And maybe I'm the only one who might be willing to take those bottom 5 or bottom 10 and say, instead of the minor internal adjustments that you're doing, I might be willing for a bigger switch to help fund these areas. And that's going to be what you look for in about a month's time.
Yeah, and then maybe just to manage everyone's expectations too, it's not going to be, it's going to be very hard for us to produce a list from like 1 to 73 because of all of the interdependency. You'll likely see it in terms of clusters. These types of services, the citizens are highly dependent on, or they're mandated. So we look at those aren't service cut exercises. But these are ones that are not mandated. They hit very few people in the population. This is where you could cut service.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I guess I'm just trying to make sure that, so again, if I'm where I'm at today, but I also want to bring snow removal up by 30 million, I might be willing to find the 30 million in the other area to keep it at a 4% increase, but also bump up snow removal. So we can give you that guidance. That's the type of direction you might be looking for the conversation next month. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Excellent. I have probably one more question, so I'll have to come on after. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice? Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Ms. Chair. So I do have a few follow-up questions. The first one is about to maintain the existing services and the pre-approved growth. Estimated tax increase for 2023 is 8.5%. So this number is not including some proposal on the floor for the future motions for the increase, right?
That's correct.
So to offset this, and the option in front of us is one option is reduce the services. So I just want to get a sense, do you have any detail about is reduce services is about reduce the line of the business of our city, and for 73, the number of the program services, or is it reduce the service level? And then it's my understanding this is two different things.
That's correct. It's two different things, and it could be either. There can be decisions where you decide you want to close a facility that doesn't offer a wide range of, that only a limited number of users use, or you can decide that you want to alter a service level so you're doing a little less of something compared to what you normally did. But it can be either.
Also, this 8.5% increase is not reflecting the possible or potential economic revenue other streams, right? This is only reflected the tax supported.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's first question. The second question is about the impact from pre-approved project. So by looking at the increase, and we do have 3% increase, and in the part of the 80.5 increase as approved growth. So also the public, and we all heard the public said that Edmonton has two seasons. One is winter, one is construction. By saying that, and then when we do this pro-approved capital project, that is by looking at the data you provided here, and that is actually reflect our tax increase. So is there any possible approach we can do some like long-term planning instead of some like short-term planning, and to actually not reflect what most Edmontonians says for that construction. So it seems our city's construction never stopped, and is is endless.
So if the question is, can you make a choice related to the amount of growth versus renewal? That'll be part of the budget discussion. Certainly as part of the capital investment outlook, we'd like to get a sense of council's appetite for investment in both of those streams.
So do you have the number, the total capital budget and for 2023? And it's like $11 billion. I try to get sense because right now we're short for it's like almost like 6.7 billion. So what is the total budget for 2023 for the capital?
So you haven't set the 2023 capital budget just yet. But right now for 2023 and beyond, there is a total of 4.2 billion approved across a number of different projects.
Okay, 4.2 billion approved and 6.6 like shortfall. And then in 2026, what is the, in 2022, what is the total capital budget? Is it like 7 billion? So I don't have that number in front of me.
Yeah, so if I go back to the capital reports at year end, the total approved capital budget on a consolidated basis, so everywhere across the corporation, the total approved budget is 11.7 billion. Of that, 4.2 billion is beyond 2023 and 7.4 billion is within 2019 to 2022.
Okay, thank you. That is what I thought, and it is a big shortfall there. So is there any way and between the reduced services and the tax increase? And it seems right now for the tax increase and the reduced services is already linked together. Is there any possible other way we could look at this differently?
I would just say a budget is about choices. And so the choice will be in whether, what level do you want the tax increase to be, and what choices will you make as a result of that comfort, or what choices do you want to make around services, and then an understanding of what those services cost. But I don't have any magic solutions to the issue of choices other than prioritization.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans.
Thank you for this. A couple other quick questions. So maybe a bit of feedback on the tax tolerance survey. First of all, I really like the allocation of the $100. I think that was a very powerful exercise and I found it very provocative. So kudos to the team for that. I think the hard part with picking a just number for what is your tax tolerance is I wasn't sure what current inflation was. I wasn't sure what the last 10 years exactly were in terms of inflation and also taxation increases. There's a number of other variable there to just as Councillor Knack said, sort of pick a number like 4 or 5. I mean, it's quite challenging. I mean, even in the region, I think Morinville had a tax increase at 5%, etc. So I appreciate what administration was trying to do, but I'm just, as one councillor, my feedback would be that element of it was very challenging.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if the administration wants to respond.
Yeah, and I think we understand that, and we know and understand too that, tax tolerance of council is just one view. You're going to need to know what the results of our focus groups were, what are we seeing in the community in terms of tax tolerance, that there are a number of different touch points that will help make an informed decision on at what percentage we should lend this budget, and this was just one of them at one point in time.
Yeah, I think if you asked me, what is my tolerance for windrows? What is my tolerance for taxes? I think you may get a different answer. I'm also interested in alternate revenue streams. Like, could we look at we've talked through this problem properties piece about a vacant lot tax, a parking lot tax, trying to generate actually fair revenue for some of these underutilized public spaces and creating new asset subclasses going into the next round of taxation, such as Vancouver has a mansions tax on homes valued over X million, pay a certain amount, and I think it's 3 million and 5 million. I think 3 million they pay an extra 3% or 1%, and 5 million they pay an extra 3% or something. So I think we need to not just talk about tax tolerance, but who's paying the tax, because as many know, we talk a lot about this K-shaped recovery. Like, some of the people who are doing okay are still doing okay. I saw Loblaws, for instance, has increased their profits 40% during the pandemic. But others, we still have 55,000 children in poverty, and we have people who are still being nickel and dime to survive in this town. So I certainly want to have that conversation about equity too, and not cutting vital public services at a time when we're trying to get people back to work and back to life and to move on. That's just feedback. I'm wondering about the possibility of not canceling, but potentially delaying certain things. Like, I think, for instance, about sorry, Councillor Knack, the Lewis Farms Rec Center. Like, we approved a project. Steel costs are wild right now. Some of the other there's a lot of other challenges around construction and inflation. We just, like we saw with the 50th Street, I think $30 million inflation tab there. Is there a possibility to still do things, but maybe take a little bit of a longer timeline to do them?
So I'll maybe just say that the thing to really be mindful of is whether we've procured something or not. So when you give the go-ahead to a project and we run a procurement, we cannot back away from that procurement. But I'll ask Mr. Laughlin if he has anything else to add.
I think certainly based on committed projects, as Ms. Padbury has said, it's difficult to unpack. Part of what we were trying to articulate in the supplementary capital budget adjustment around some of those decisions is when you commit, you're making a commitment to move forward. If you start to peel those back, you do run into not only procurement issues, but reputational issues with industry. But certainly going forward, if there's a slower approach that council would like to take with certain initiatives, by all means. The advantage with PDDM is that you can make that choice at checkpoint 3. The disadvantage is that you've invested a certain amount in a project and raised expectations, and to shelve comes with some concern that we're not doing what we said we would do. So I think for those that have been committed, it's difficult to peel them back. For others, certainly that's part of the discussion that would happen as part of 23 to 26.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and the challenges outlined. Okay, I've got a couple others I'll send in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Paquette, you haven't had.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to administration for the presentation and for all the hard work behind it. Really appreciate it. The first thing I think of is what stage are we in? Denial or negotiation? This is part of the process. We've had we've had 2 years of pandemic, and in those years, as we saw from the chart in the presentation, near zero when it comes to taxes, which has not kept up with inflation or population growth. And at some point, efficiencies have been maxed out, which we've also heard. And now we're at the point of cutting services quite drastically, which is not what I'm hearing Edmontonians want to see. So my question is, in a growing organization, be it corporate or public, and in this case, it's the City of Edmonton, as an organization grows, do we typically see the need for the budget and the expenditures decrease?
Not generally, no.
Not generally, no. Right. And have we noted the demand for services from the public decrease?
No, I would say that in general, what we observe is that expectations increase over time. And so that drives some of the decisions around expenditures. And so while the bigger we get, the more we might have some economies of scale and being able to, you know, pave or give do something a little cheaper because of our size. Overall, though, there is pressure to increase expenditures to respond to community demands.
Councillor Paquette, we experienced.
Oh, please continue.
Yeah, we experienced this directly during the pandemic. And you will recall a few conversations related to mowing cycles and dog parks, that there was a concerning reaction from Edmontonians. However, there is also comfort in paying for those services. So it is exactly what you're saying, that if we choose to deliver those services, there is a cost to provide those services. And so it's that tension between what it costs, affordability, and the services that Edmontonians expect.
Yeah. Now, I know that some people are going to say, well, listen, there's waste in the system. Cut out that waste and we can actually reduce taxes. Let's be frank, does that hold water?
No corporation is 100% efficient in everything that they do all the time, but we do look at the efficiency in how we deliver our services and work hard to make them as efficient as possible.
And over the last 3 budget cycles, there's been significant reductions in terms of resources, and there's been a really strong effort to make sure that we're as efficient as possible. So the notion of finding much more there is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, and certainly not anywhere close to the idea of $1 billion or anything like that. Okay, so yeah, so generally the thread that I've heard from constituents knocking on doors is that they just want to see the services that they're paying for. And this is what they're seeing. So if we want to see more services, which is what people are saying, we have to have the price tag. Because I'm looking at the presentation you gave, I'm looking at the challenges that other municipalities are having, and I've been reading their materials too and keeping up. If we do not even keep pace with inflation and population growth, services will decline. Yes or no?
That's correct. Over time, not keeping up with inflation and population growth is indirectly a cut in services, either through service levels or no longer delivering the service at all.
Yeah. So I'm out of time, but there are some very mature conversations that we need to have that require a little bit of tax literacy, and I hope that we get that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to go back to both in the operating and the capital, we talk about the cost for growth that's been pre-approved, and I'm still just trying to wrap my head around it. So is that in terms of the boundaries of the city to 1.25 million, or is that in terms of growth projects like Lewis Farms, or both? I'm just trying to get an understanding.
It's the approval of initiatives that you've approved through. So things like Lewis Farms, Ambleside, on the capital side, when you approve those projects, you basically pre-committed funding that was available.
That for something new rather than fixing something that's already existing.
Yeah, and it has an impact then on the operating side as well, because now you have debt and
then eventually you'll have to operate those facilities.
The operating impacts of capital. And so the 8.5% doesn't include, so we have the $1.8 billion kind of in the queue, for lack of a better word. The operating impacts of capital does not even bring into account those.
Wow.
So that will just continue to add.
Okay. And so one thing I'm trying to grapple my mind around though is like, and I guess I'm going to look to legal to see if I can ask a question about some of the growth approvals we've made at public hearing. Can I do that here? Is that allowed?
I'm not sure I'd have the answer, but I can look for it if you
It's
want.
okay. I'll save that one for a future conversation. I guess I'm just trying to understand, because if we, even I think about at the last public hearing, what Councillor Rice brought up about transit with one of the greenfield developments in her ward, I believe, and the needing for transit and roads and all of that. So are those developments that have been approved for development, have those costs been calculated into this cost of growth for operation and capital?
Yeah, so I would say not explicitly, although setting a tax tolerance that it has municipal inflation plus growth, it's that growth money that we would use to fund the additional growth that comes in the city boundaries. So you have to weigh that against whether you also then want to do any service level adjustments to that.
I'm just trying to get a sense of, like, if we're talking about growth, we've got the city plan and we've kind of discussed that planning. I know there was the mass transit one that talked about going to 1.25 million and all of those other things. And I'm just trying to get a sense of if that is the growth that we've projected for the next 4 years. Or what is the growth formula that we have used?
The growth that we would have used would have been high-level forecasted growth based on residential housing. Like it's a much higher level as opposed to this particular
It's
development.
population versus, again, that higher nuanced question about infill versus brownfield versus greenfield.
Much more around economic indicators.
Okay. So that's a helpful clarity. And then another thing I had a question on was just with regards to the council responses. I really like that you kind of just averaged it out here and we can see, but I wanted to know, just at a high level, did you see a lot of discrepancy, or were we pretty aligned in where we wanted to allocate that budget? I'm just trying to get a sense of how aligned we are as a council.
So I would say on the allocation side of things, we saw the majority were fairly consistent, slightly different ratings. There was a couple of outliers where it was the exact opposite, actually. When it came to tax tolerance, we saw as high as 5 and as low as 1. So the average worked out to be, the maintain piece. So we saw a larger variety, I would say, on the tax tolerance side as opposed to the weighting.
But you did see in general, most councillors, if they said if Mobility Network is at 21.3 or Climate Action is at 21.7, most councillors had it in their top.
Yeah, there was,
on average.
Yeah, there was certainly more alignment on that side of things, not exact and not necessarily the same 1, 2, and 3, but it was,
Okay, I just wanted to know if it was complete outliers or, no, that's great. Well, again, I'm just gonna take my last 22 seconds to just speak to this. I think we as a council have a lot to grapple with. I appreciate Councillor Paquette's sentiments on that. I think we're going to have some really high-level conversations so we don't just do austerity measures, which I think is the incline that we can lean to in these kind of tough fiscal realities. And I'm here to do that. This is one of the reasons I ran. And we've seen now what continued lack of matching growth and inflation can do and where we are today, and so we need to rectify this. So I appreciate administration for this really detailed report and starting to prepare us to get into that mindset for these tough conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe, can you take the chair, please? I have a couple of questions.
Sure, Mr. Mayor.
So from a process point of view, I'm just trying to figure that we would have to make some tough decisions, right, and prioritization. And in order to talk about those 73 lines of business and prioritization within those, would it be worthwhile maybe to have more of a facilitated session of council members so we can have that in-depth discussion? So, because that won't be possible when we get into the budget in November and December, because that's pretty hectic time, right? But leading up to, so we are going into with our open eyes, right? If we're going to make some decisions, understanding the consequences, whether we reduce those services or eliminate those services, or in some cases even add to those services. Would a facilitated session help?
If you wanted to do a facilitated session, we could make that work. I just need to figure out how that works and whether that, I'm not sure that's something that you'd be able to do in private.
No, we will be public, but it will be suspended rules and more of informal conversation, you presenting information, then we having discussion, because otherwise it turns into a budget reduction or addition at the budget time, right? So I just want to make sure that we are having that thoughtful kind of discussion leading up to the budget.
We could build that in. I would suggest the time to maybe build that in is after we come with the operating investment outlook and the capital investment outlook.
Okay, got it. And my last question is related to, and this is to Ms. McCabe, if she's online or not, right, around what are we doing to grow our tax revenue? Our situation with the province is not going to change overnight, right? So we have only two sources, property taxes and user fees. But in the property taxes area, industrial commercial growth pays for more. So what is our strategy overall on the economic growth, industrial growth, commercial growth, so we have actually more tax revenue coming into the city?
I don't believe Ms. McCabe is actually on, but I think Mayor Sohi, part of that is around the work that her team has been taking related to business-friendly, open for business, reducing red tape around investment. But then a big part of it is around, and I know you were focusing on the non-res, but it is around infill, is around a different way of building the city. In the city plan refers to it as a rebuildable city, where we're encouraging a different type of growth and development in the city. And I see Ms. Petron on, and she might be able to add to this.
Mr. Mayor, I think Mr. Laughlin covered that. I think I would just add also our economic action plan, our focus on implementing that more robustly. And so, you know, the collective of diversifying our economic landscape will all contribute to changes in the tax revenue.
Yeah, the changes you're making is absolutely are important, and the good changes, making it easy for people to do business in our city. What I want to know is how do we build on that we have more revenue coming in to pay for the cost of running the city. Yeah, so that's where I would like to kind of get a better understanding as well.
There is a regional discussion to that as well, Mr. Mayor, and certainly the collaborative economic development approach, the work of Edmonton Global. Those are all elements of how do we grow the revenue sources, but as a region as well. And Councillor Carmel talked about the opportunities to partner with our region partners to maybe reduce some of the costs of the city of Edmonton as well.
Okay.
And there really is only two tax tools: tax revenue and user fees. And so even though we grow those businesses, we still only are able to tax on the basis of property. So as you grow your economy, it does benefit the city and the province both, but we're constrained in how we access that economic growth.
I think we need to be more aggressive on industrial growth, right? So, but anyways, okay, good. Good work being done. This is not a criticism or anything. I think that we need to build on all the good work that Ms. McCabe and Ms. Petron have been doing over the last few years. Yeah, good. Thank you, and I will move the third round, sorry.
Second.
Please call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. The chair back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Principe, and I'll go to Councillor Knack.
Thank you. Just one last question relating to some of the information we might get us to help inform the decision. One of the written questions I was going to ask, and sort of throw it out early, is most of our budgets in the past have typically gone no more than 2 years back on what the approved budget was. And I know we have our open data that goes back to, I think, 2015 or 2016, but it's not the easiest to put it into a simple to read Excel document. What I'm wondering about is if we can have that type of information to get a sense of how have departments changed. You know, for example, I believe EPL hasn't seen an increase at all except for the specific increase to Heritage Valley in the last decade, whereas other departments might have seen a 30 or 40% increase over the same last 2 cycles. And is that something that we can get? It doesn't need to be part of the main budget document, but something that can better help us understand how things have changed and evolved in the city. I mean, I can pull it from there, but probably not easily, and might be simpler to do so in an Excel spreadsheet type thing.
We should be able to do some work around how to build those data sets in a way that is more easily accessible.
Perfect. Yeah, that would be awesome. That was my last question, so I can move receipt of.
Yep.
Has it been removed? Yeah, it hasn't been moved yet.
No,
I'll move it.
go ahead.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councillor Knack to receive for information, second by Councillor Rutherford. We have motion on the floor. Anyone to speak?
I'll close very quickly at some point.
Yep, I see no one else, so go ahead, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and sorry, I know the receipt for information is usually boring to speak to, but again, first, just my thanks for this. This is not something we've done in past terms on council, sort of having this preliminary conversation, so I think this is a really valuable exercise, and I just want to thank all of you for helping to start this process. This is a very enlightening presentation, and also gives us a lot of, it's a good wake-up call in terms of what we're going to be dealing with. So I know there's more work to do, and we have to give you further direction. I'm hoping that when we get into the next phase of engagement, because you'd mentioned that you had 76% participation, which meant there was, I think, 10 of 13 of us. You know, I'm hoping that we can get 13 of 13, because the last thing I think we want, because we've done it in the other 2 cycles that I've been a part of, is that we've waited until November to try to provide that clear guidance and direction. And we've already done far more this time than we have the last 2 cycles, but making sure that we're not creating an environment where this November and December we're left scrambling, trying to figure out how to add and pull. It's never worked well, and that's not a criticism of anyone in administration. That is very much council's responsibility to make that process smooth. And so, I think we're headed in the right direction. I do like, Mr. Mayor, your suggestion around a facilitated piece, because the motion last capital budget cycle to create that list was challenging for a lot of folks within the city administration. At the time, it was the best idea that we had, but I also can see why that was a challenge for a lot of folks. So I think having that facilitated, thoughtful conversation around where we might be willing to make changes, where we won't, there will still be tough conversations to be had, but we can do it in a different way, in a more meaningful way. So I just wanted to echo your idea and really thank you for that, because I think that could help us, again, make it so that this November, December, we have a lot fewer questions during the budget, because we've done our homework and all of that work in advance. So thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, our next item is 6.3, snow and ice control, options to increase service standards. This was exempted by Councillor Cartmel, but also as the chair, Councillor Cartmel, you want to introduce the item?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will introduce the item first, and then I'll take a couple minutes as the one who exempted the item. We had a really good conversation at committee 2 weeks ago. We discussed what I thought was a really, really good report provided by administration. I think it, at least in the time I've been here, provided perhaps for the first time a frank, transparent concise but data-filled summary of where we're at. And I really appreciated that. We did have a very robust conversation, which should help us to get through this item fairly quickly today. I put a motion on the floor that was essentially a motion to bring back a funding package to budget later this year that would see us activate all of the equipment, essentially move to road option R1, and not a lot else. However, at the discussion at committee, there was a number of amendments that committee passed, so to speak, or at least approved in terms of amendments to bring this motion to council, essentially on the premise that all of council would then be able to vote, if we separate each item for voting, vote on each item that they would like to see further exploration of. I would note, however, that in the intervening time, administration has provided a memo by email which actually answers points 2, 3, and 4, I think, pretty adequately. So that would be the summary, I guess, as chair, and then as the person that exempted, I will put this motion on the floor.
Okay, good.
And speak to it or introduce it briefly.
Okay, second by Councillor Knack. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Knack. Sorry, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So, and I cannot amend my own motion. So I think I will say, however, an amendment to delete items 2, 3, and 4, I think would be welcome, because I do believe that they've been mostly answered in that memo. So we can perhaps consider that, or one of my colleagues can consider that through discussion. I will say that I do think that in introducing this motion that there are pieces of this that when it is separated for voting that I won't support. I would like to see us really provide administration the opportunity to maximize the utilization of the equipment they already have, and start with that and see where we can get in a number of ways, doing all of the things that we do as part of our snow and ice clearing efforts. And come back and in sort of a crawl, then walk, then run perspective, see what we can do, and then see what we want to layer on from there. Actually do a bit of a analysis on what the gaps and overlaps are when all of the equipment is utilized and maximized to its fullest intent. So I would like to see us start there and perhaps not layer on some of these things. I would suggest that in the conversation just completed, there's not a lot of capacity to layer on things. So sending administration off to create a bunch of funding packages that, quite frankly, we might not be able to contemplate anyway. I would rather we not waste their time. That's my view. And I want to also add that it's my understanding, and this came out during conversation during committee, but that department leadership really engaged with frontline employees in crafting this report. And again, you know, as someone who's been here in this chair for a few years, we saw a series of emails that came from anonymous sources, but really raised a lot of concerns. And I felt that in the conversation we had at committee that that administration, you know, and the higher levels of administration had really tried to engage those individuals in a transparent and forthright way. I had the opportunity to speak to a few of those individuals on a completely separate and not snow-related matter. And they spoke to how much morale has improved because there is conversations like this happening finally. So I just wanted to offer that as essentially a great big thank you to what we're seeing here. I've had some feedback from constituents in the intervening time that are highly critical of the snow clearing efforts and snow and ice efforts going backwards. And my response to them is that we are finally at a place, I think, where we can start here, establish a real baseline, and go forward in a forthright way. So I am quite optimistic that we are finally on our right foot and moving forward here. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. I think we'll stop here. Then we'll go into questions when we come back after lunch. Okay. All right, we'll be back at 1:30. All right, I would like to bring this meeting back to order and do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson, and might be coming, Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang,
Hello.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right. So I understand that our administration has a brief presentation to just answer some of the questions from the committee meeting.
That's correct, Your Worship. We provided or prepared a brief presentation just to put some continuity to the questions that were answered last week at committee or 2 weeks ago, and we can give that if it's council's wish.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So, as I mentioned, this is a follow-up to the discussion that was had at Community and Public Services Committee. So I'll reiterate that this program, Snow and Ice Control, is really enabling for Edmontonians to experience a safe and livable winter city, really ensuring residents can safely connect to and access spaces, services, facilities, and transportation networks, no matter how they travel. At the April 25th Community and Public Services Committee, we presented an analysis of the Snow and Ice Control Program, as well as options to enhance service standards. The options in the report are informed by a jurisdictional scan, a GBA Plus analysis, as well as councillor, community, staff, and stakeholder feedback. The presentation also includes some additional information that was requested at committee, as well as some calculations to support today's discussion in regards to the draft motion arising from committee. With me this afternoon is Craig McEwen, our branch manager of Parks and Road Services, as well as Eddie Robar, the branch manager of Fleet and Facility Services. He was formerly the interim branch manager while this work was undertaken, as well as Val Dasick, our acting general supervisor of infrastructure field operations. We also have a cross-functional integrated team from across the corporation available today, including representatives from law, finance, communications and engagement, as well as community standards, all available to answer questions as needed. I'll now pass the presentation over to Craig to walk you through some of these details.
Okay, thank you, Gord. We'd like to start this presentation by outlining what administration is seeking from council that'll allow us to bring back a June report with a programmed approach for council's consideration and budget approvals. So we're looking for clear direction on which of the proposed options and enhancements would you like us to include within a full programmed approach with costing considerations. The programmed approach would include details for establishing a new baseline for service delivery for roads and active pathways, and any service enhancements and programs that would be layered on top of that baseline. Also, what types of assisted snow program models administration should further explore and consider in developing a proposed costing analysis and options. So as outlined in attachment 6 of the report, these types of programs can range from grant funding to volunteer matching programs and operationally managed to community managed programs. So by further defining the desired services today, administration will be able to return in June with a program plan for snow and ice control, including more accurate details and costing analysis for your consideration. At committee, we were asked to provide context and some background on the previous changes to the snow and ice budget. So this slide provides the major highlights and timing of these changes. As highlighted in our report, the snow and ice control budget has decreased since 2018. There were a number of factors that gradually contributed to these reductions. So as a result of citywide restructuring that began in 2016, there was an overall reduction from 2018 to 20 as a result of anticipated workforce program efficiencies and internal reorganization. And these changes were part of the overall SOBA submission and review process. In 2019, the budget decreased again as part of budget pressures, reduction targets, and efficiencies during the 2019 to 22 budget cycle review. And these changes would have been a part of the budget cycle review and approval process with council. In addition, from 2019 to 2022, there was a funding reduction from the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve. So in summary, the cost pressures continue to go up, while overall budget pressures led to a gradual reduction that added up over time. At the April 25th committee meeting, the motion recommended to council included a request to modify an active pathways option by adjusting service standards for priority 1 and priority 2 areas to 12 and 24 hours respectively. And so we're calling this added option AP3, which is on the far right side of this slide. And so this slide compares the previous two options for active pathway current service level increase, so AP1 and AP2, presented in this report, with the new option AP3 that was discussed at committee. In the AP3 table on the right-hand side, it aligns as closely as we could to the 12 and 24 hours described in the motion, taking into consideration shift details. So in order to meet the AP3 timelines, we would need more staff and a doubling of equipment in order to achieve what would result in a 10 to 15% increase in the level of service. So the overall estimated cost turned out to be about $13 million higher than it would be for the AP2 option. So if council is looking for ways to enhance services for active pathways, there may be better value in selecting the AP1 option plus adding clearing of internal park and playground pathways as a service enhancement, which is an additional cost of $4.3 million. So this next slide shows the cost of the service options and enhancements as described in the motion brought forward from committee on April 25th. So as mentioned during the committee presentation, the service enhancement costs represent estimates based on resources needed to complete these activities within the proposed timelines. So we heard your concerns about snow and ice clearing around senior centers and facilities, and we've included an estimate on this table, but it should be noted that this cost is calculated on a per facility basis and on that size of an average facility. So if very large housing complexes were to be included in this service, the cost for snow clearing of adjacent sidewalks might be slightly higher. So for the purposes of senior centers calculation shown here, we used 146 facilities, and so that represents 16 senior centers registered with the City of Edmonton, and 130 retirement homes or centers that include publicly funded retirement homes, supported living accommodations, and long-term care facilities. So currently, the city only clears snow from 3 seniors facilities. Most facilities are privately owned and operated and utilize private contractors or in-house services for snow and ice control. So identifying the total number of seniors facilities in Edmonton, including public and private ones, as well as how seniors facilities are defined and which ones should receive service through our snow and ice program, could prove to be a challenge. There would need to be some rigor and consistent criteria to define what types of senior centers could be included under these services, if this were to be approved for further development into a programmed approach. In addition, it's likely that many private and for-profit facilities already have their own contracted services, which may be to a higher standard and include services besides snow clearing. There would be a noticeable improvement in active pathways adjacent to seniors facilities by moving forward with one of the active pathway options. That increases the baseline level of services. So in summary for this slide, by adding the details listed in the motion, Council is looking at a $49 million budget adjustment plus $4.3 million in capital investment. In attachment 6 of the report, administration presented 2 options to enhance current service levels for Council's consideration. The R1 and AP1 options presented represent a combined $42 million increase in budget. Based on the feedback we received at committee, we've added a third option shown here in purple on the left-hand side of the slide, which shows what administration would suggest being done if approximately $20 million were added to the snow and ice control budget. So this new option mainly allows for an increase in staffing, but would still result in an underutilization of equipment. So with this level of funding, the service level improvements would likely be more noticeable for active pathways than for roadways, but more staff would be needed to provide larger service increase for manually cleared areas. And so that's things like bus stops and around stairs. If administration were to move forward with an additional $42 million or less, we would recommend using these funds to increase base service delivery to better align with current service standards. Our focus would be on hiring more staff in order to increase equipment utilization before purchasing any additional equipment or implementing any of the a la carte enhancements presented in the report. There would also need to be discussion about the service standards we can realistically accomplish with available resources. And just to reiterate, all of the increases to base level services described here include maintaining a snowpack in neighborhoods. Increasing the base level of service delivery would not include blading to bare pavement on residential streets. This slide also shows how administration could implement a phased approach to increasing budget allocations and resource options. So for example, we could hire additional staff for next season to increase the utilization of equipment, followed by phasing in the purchasing or leasing of new equipment gradually. So every program and service decision has trade-offs, and regardless of what council decides, we would need to ensure we clearly communicate with residents what they can realistically expect each year. So in closing, I just want to say again that we're committed to delivering a service that will make a difference to Edmontonians, a service that supports safe mobility and accessibility. So in order to return in June with a fully programmed approach for council approval, we're looking for some clear direction today from council as to what would be included. We anticipate returning to council with a report toward the end of June that would provide an operational programmed approach with additional costing and resourcing requirements that would incorporate specific changes to baseline service standards and service enhancements. This would require setting clearly defined outcomes and service standards for the next winter season, ensuring that service standards are attainable and align with available resources. And so as mentioned at committee, we were able to implement an online public survey this month, and our plan is to ask residents to provide feedback on the proposed program changes. These results would be included in the June report, but due to time constraints, we're unable to conduct a full public engagement campaign. But we will inform councillors' offices when the survey is live, and also encourage councillors to inform constituents about the survey in order to gather feedback. So any funding requests that may be needed as a result of service changes and enhancements would be submitted as part of the 2023 to 2026 budget deliberations later this year. And so our goal is to improve the experience for Edmontonians to live, work, and play in our winter city, supported by a clear path in which to move forward, attainable service standards and resources that will enable us to meet our goal. So thank you very much, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'll go to questions from council members. Just give me 1 second for a list to appear. Here we go, Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you very much, and thanks for the update there. I'm just wondering, I just want to go back to the presentation here. I remember discussing at committee whether our service standards are sort of in comparison with other jurisdictions. Are we expecting too much? Because I know we weren't meeting those service levels. But how is this increase in budget going to help us meet those service levels, those existing service levels?
So in comparison, throughout the jurisdictional scan that was conducted as part of the research for this report, gathering the service levels from other jurisdictions was relatively easy, but gathering strong evidence in terms of how well each jurisdiction is attaining those service standards, we found to be a bit of a challenge. So to answer your question, what would this do in terms of adjusting our service standards? The first thing we would do is look to maximize our equipment utilization, to try to use all of the vehicles that we currently have, and increase that base level of service in terms of how fast can we move through clearing the inventory in the timelines that we have set in our procedures.
Because I understand part of the challenges this year in getting in to clear the residential areas was you had to get the equipment and staff back out on the main roads because we kept having new snow events, right? So is it reasonable then if we went with option AP3, that if we have the same type of conditions this coming winter, whether we would meet that 4.9 days in getting the residential areas cleared?
So any change to either AP1, AP2, AP3, or any of the road options that we've presented, there would be a noticeable difference in service outcome. So for instance, you'd see roughly a 30% increase in service if council were to choose the R0.5 option, 45% increase on the R1 option, and so on. So there would be a noticeable difference in service delivery regardless of option chosen.
Councillor, if I could just add also, but that is using the existing policy guideline of maintaining a 5 centimeter snowpack.
Yeah, and I think we're not into the blading anymore unless we can get rid of those windrows, and that's going to be too expensive, I think. I'm just wondering if we're increasing our service standards, how are we going to achieve those standards? Would equipment be designated specifically for residential compared to the arterials?
So it's not about changing the service standard. The service standard right now, it would be modified slightly. So we would be able to achieve a different level of service with the equipment, the additional equipment that we put on. So that increase would take us from, I think it's roughly 120 something hours on P1s down to about 69 hours on P1s, and that equipment is dedicated to each level of service as we kind of go through the inventory. So P1, P2, P3, P4.
Okay. And then I've just got, you talked about hiring more staff. Does that take into account the recommendations made by QP and some of that changing provisional work to full-time permanent work?
So, Councillor, I think many of the items that QP had identified through their engagement with staff was very similar to what we had found when we did our frontline service engagement with staff. We are carrying out the seasonal workforce project. And as I mentioned earlier, we did complete the waste conversion. Now we are working on the Parks and Road Services. And so not only the snow and ice control program, but all programs are being looked at so that we can look at where we can combine positions so that someone that's seasonal in one area of the branch can be moved to a permanent type role and carry out different activities and different programs throughout the course of the year. And again, this does include looking at the snow and ice program where applicable.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you. And I'll yield my last few seconds.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you. I have no questions, but I did want to move an amendment to the motion to remove 2 and 3, points 2 and 3. And 4? No.
Just hold on. 2, 3, and 4, or just 2 and 3?
4, 2. Yep, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay, got it. So we have amendment.
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette. Can we deal with amendment first? Are there any questions on the amendment? No? Any question on the amendment? Can we vote on the amendment, please? Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We're just sending the vote out just now.
Point of order, and Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councillor Rice?
So what specific amendment?
So
and remove the points 2, 4, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, so if you look at the original motion, Councillor Rice, from the committee, there are, at the bottom, there are 3 parts, right?
Yes.
So we are moving to remove 2, 3, and 4 from the motion.
I do have a question regarding the number 4. I don't know what's the process for me to ask that question right now or ask a question later.
Well, we are on discussing the amendment, so if there are questions on the amendment, then I can go to you, right, Madam Clerk? Yeah, I can go to
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that Councillor Rutherford be given a chance to introduce it if that's the case.
Sure. Okay. Councillor Rutherford, you want to explain it?
Yes, so at the committee meeting, I'm not on this particular committee meeting, but there was really rich discussion. But there was a memo, as was mentioned, that was circulated on May 2nd that answered these questions. And so it felt redundant to continue to keep these as part of this motion. So they're just struck because we received that information in the form of a memo.
Thank you. So, Councillor Rice, we already got a memo answering these questions from administration. But go ahead to your questions.
I have other questions, but I'm going to ask the first question regarding the number 4. So number 4 is request to provide the full cost breakdown. Is this memo reflect the full cost breakdown and then including the pilot project cost as well?
So, Councillor, just to clarify, you're asking what the total cost of that work would be based on what we learned from the pilot program this winter, is that correct?
So actually there are 2 angles here. The first angle is about this number 4, and then is request administration provided the full cost breakdown of complete the residential building, and then including this, and also removing the windows. So this full cost breakdown is reflect the future cost or just including the last pilot project results. So I just want to get clarified that memo is contain these 2 angles information or just one.
So, Councillor, the data we got this winter from the residential pilot program and the blading and windrow pickup that took place in the grease boss section of the pilot was used to inform the overall cost estimate. This estimate in question number 4 is based on the work that it would take to complete one entire cycle on a citywide basis. And again, the information that we obtained this winter from actual costs was used to inform that broader estimate for citywide application for one cycle on a complete winter basis.
Do we have that findings, specific quantitative data, and reflect in that memo? I understand what you mentioned here. We're doing based on the findings and then to present this forecast breakdown. Do we have that information in the memo?
Councillor, just have to get a hold of the memo and look and see what the specifics were in that, but we can get that.
So my point is, if we don't have that information, and because that pilot project results actually will inform the future decision and for us to discussion the enhancement for the current services or to add some new services. I do want to have that information as a baseline and to look at the upcoming discussion to make that decision.
It's in the memo. It's on page 3, Councillor Rice.
I can resend that out.
Yeah, if you could resend that out, well, good, yeah.
Okay. So this is my question and regarding the number 4. For other question, I can wait for the next time for my turn to ask the questions.
Good. Thank you, thank you, Councillor Rice. Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And we're back to the original list, and I'll just wait for it to reappear. Okay, here we got Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Yeah, just a few questions. So I'm wondering what types of service improvements we can expect from the new Amble side yard. And I know I'm thinking a few years out here, but I guess would those, how would we feel those types of improvements? Would that principally be improvements for roadways? Looking for a bit of insight there.
So, Councillor, that facility will house all the different elements of the snow and ice control program, as well as other operational services that are provided in the Parks and Roads branch. The actual types of services would, basically, we would be putting another resource point with additional resources. Those additional resources would come in future budget years once the facility is online. Those operational costs would be based on assessments that we learned from the programming that we're doing this winter with the new, basically new platforming of our service. and then expanding it as the city grows. And we would have a projection model in terms of how we would have to ramp up. There would also be redistribution of services from the other facilities throughout the city, because by adding this facility, it not only benefits one area of the city, it allows us to better utilize equipment and people across all areas of the city.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. And just a note that my time is not actually going.
The clerk is figuring it out. You go ahead.
Okay, great. And I also wanted to ask you about the assisted snow program. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded like you were looking for a little bit of direction there around the type of assisted snow program. Is that right? Or is there going to be contemplation of kind of a variety of types of programs that could be feasible?
Yeah, in attachment 6, there are a number of different options and different types of assisted snow programs that exist. Ones that have existed in Edmonton in the past, and through a jurisdictional scan, there's different types of models, whether they're administration-led or community-led, and different type of grant options. So in terms of the feedback we'd be looking for is if there were to be any direction or preference in the type of assisted snow program that you'd like us to look into further.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, and I personally don't have, I guess, that granular of knowledge as to what type of program would be appropriate or most successful. So I would defer to you folks on that, actually. But I appreciate the sort of question. But also, one thing I wanted to ask about, and I think I heard this correctly, but for our 0.5, that would be about a 30% service level improvement. How would manual clearing around transit stops and bus stops be affected by that? Or is that covered under AP?
That'd be under the AP option, but adding additional resources would just allow staff the ability to get to those areas sooner and complete them sooner. So the timeline it would take to complete that work would decrease.
Okay, so by going to our 0.5, we'd still sort of see a knock-on benefit for AP.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, sorry, did I cut someone off? Nope.
No,
okay.
Go ahead. We can
Question around complementary tows. So I guess I'm just curious, how long have we been doing that, and what's the uptake like? I guess how often are we doing those types of complementary tows for people?
I'd have to defer to our bylaw enforcement folks just to see if they're on the line here and able to jump in and help with that one.
Sure. So Chantel Parazzolo with Community Standards and Neighborhoods. We haven't been utilizing tows in the last few years simply because we don't have them available to us. So typically during a major snow event, those tow services are being deployed to citizens as needed. And so what this would do would go to a contract and be able to have those resources dedicated to us to provide that service.
Okay, so we haven't been doing it for the last few years.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's it for questions. I guess I would just question, I guess, the necessity of the complementary tow piece, just knowing that we haven't been doing it. But I will leave it there for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick operational question on behalf of constituents. They've noticed, well, sometimes they write in and talk about redundancy, where someone will come through and plow or sand, and then literally a while later on an already clear road or already sanded road, someone will come by and do the same thing. And residents get worried about that sort of duplication where it's not necessary. I'm just wondering if we have any operational answer for that going forward.
Councillor Paquette, I think we do actually, and part of the operational enhancements that we've identified this year are really due to the fact that we now have better data monitoring and better tracking ability with the implementation of GPS. So that allows us to have better oversight of of our routing and our day-to-day operations. So we do have an overall benefit through that program. I think too what we've learned too is by engaging staff more, we're also able to get some of their input on problem areas or areas that maybe are being duplicated. So I think we do have a plan moving forward, certainly always looking for ways to get better so that we aren't duplicating. There are situations though where we do potentially get multiple calls about the same location, and by doing a little bit more work in terms of how we distribute the work through the workflow system, I think we'll avoid some of those duplications as well. So there's a number of different approaches we'll take to trying to minimize any duplication.
Okay, thank you. And really quickly, last question is, when we're talking about seniors clearing areas, it sounds great. I'm just wondering, are we doing the job that these facilities should be doing? Or is it other parts of sidewalk that actually don't fall within their purview?
Yeah, so right now there's only 3 seniors facilities that the City of Edmonton is clearing, so there would definitely be some navigation around adding this to our plate and figuring out where the line is between city-provided services or contracted provided services, or already contracted provided services.
Because these are facilities with staff and budgets. It's not like they're getting the seniors out to shovel the walks, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so I mean, I get a little bit curious about why we would do the service for a facility that already has a budget for that. Yeah, okay. And I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. I'll just have something to say at the end here. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice?
Thank you for this comprehensive report. I do have a few questions and concerns regarding how much increase and then right now in front of us. The first question, and then, so I would like to say, and based on the winter, and then still until to now, and we heard lots of public concerns, and it's not about the timing. It's not about we clean snow the timing. It's about how the current snow we use the way to clean, and as a result, the windrows and the impact our residential area. So far, and from what I heard from my constituents, I didn't heard any complaint about the major roads. The complaint majority is about the residential area. So if that is the case, by looking at the motion on floor, I do have the first question is about option for new service enhancement. Why we're not including the clean windows services on this list? That is actually a major concern we heard during last few months, several months.
Councillor, is that question to us or to the mover?
So either part can answer this question. And because I was not in the committee meeting.
I'm sorry, Councillor Rice, I was distracted. I did not, in my original motion, move anything regarding windrows because it's my belief that a 5 centimeter or 10 centimeter snowpack is just fine, and that if we just leave it on the ground and watch it melt, that's a better approach than piling it up and trucking it away on residential streets. That was my personal view, and no one else offered an amendment during our committee meeting to add them on, so that's why we're here without them today.
So, I just want to make sure my understanding is correct. That means right now we're not going to move our snow and to bear and to private mount that level, right? Forgive my English. I just try to get a bit like bear a pavement level. So that is this motion doing. Is that a correct understanding?
Yeah, the way this sorry, I hear somebody else. The way the motion sits now today, because no one moved anything different, presumes that there will be a snowpack and no residential blading to pavement.
Okay, so that's pallet. That means the pallet we have done. So right now is end. So we don't go that direction anymore.
Not
right?
Not next year.
Okay. So thanks for that clarification. So the next question is about utilization of our equipment. So if our equipment is still and just owning 57% of utilization, why we need to buy more equipment?
In the development of the options, option R1, where that one landed was for full equipment utilization. So to add people in order to utilize all of the equipment that we have. What that doesn't do, though, is get us to the expectations or the service levels that are currently listed in our procedure. So it does maximize equipment utilization, option R1, but in order to achieve the full expectations listed out in our procedure, that's where option R2 would be needed, in which case we would need both additional people and additional equipment in order to achieve the service standards that are currently listed in our procedure.
This to me doesn't make any sense. If we are just only 57% utilization rate for the existing equipment, and how could we increase right now the budget's request 47% increase, and from $56 million to $106 million, and then to buy more equipment. And then actually I'm trying to think about how we can address the concern in the past several months, and we heard. And then this is not the best solution and to meet that addressing the concern. And because right now look at the budget change, I know my time is out, so I will come back later.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if we did go with the option R1 and full equipment utilization, would we need to hire more employees?
Yes.
Okay, what would happen if we had a lack of snow and didn't have much snow to clear? What would the employees be doing?
We would have to, we would still be able to utilize the additional people. So even if there was a lower than average snowfall, if we used option R1, for instance, what we're currently estimating with option 1, adding additional people, we'd be able to complete priority 1 roads within 69 hours. So with fewer snowfalls, that number would actually be decreased further. We'd be able to get closer to the service standards listed in our procedure, which currently is for priority 1's 36. So the utilization of staff would still be maximized.
And Councillor, if I could just add also, so it's not necessarily just the amount of snow, it's the type of activities that they're carrying out throughout the course of the winter. So even when there's not necessarily a snowfall, we do have de-icing and dealing with ice and sanding issues that staff are redeployed to do different things, as well as they're moved through other programs that are in the Parks and Road Services branch, and those can include anything from litter pickup to pothole repair in the winter. So we try and move them around. We haven't had any years recently where we've had no work for staff, but it has happened in the past. There are provisions in the agreement, collective agreement, that allow staff to be sent home after a certain amount of time. We only use that as a last resort and certainly try and make sure that staff are deployed to do the work, because there typically is not a shortage of work in the city, and we try and spread it out.
Okay, that's good to hear. And then I like how you gave us the different options. My concern I have is with the active pathways, we have the high standards for active pathways, and we've been meeting high standards, or we have a high percentage of meeting these standards. Yet in the options, I see with active pathways, we're kind of giving it more of a priority than we are the roads, like 50% service increase for active pathways and 30% service level improvement for roads, as opposed to making them like 40% and 40%. Just because active pathways, we already have a very high standard. Is it maybe possible to balance those out a little bit more?
It's it's the way it's more of a function of the quantity of inventory that we have. And there are different sets of people and equipment used for each of those. So it almost looks misleading where it's prioritizing active pathways when really that's not the case. It's just adding additional people would have a proportionally larger impact based on the quantity of inventory that exists. And adding one person to an active pathway would have a different percentage impact as it would adding an individual to the roadway side. It's not that one's prioritized over the other. It's more a function of the different types of work and the quantity of inventory.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Tang?
Thank you very much. I guess just a couple smaller clarification question, and also on the assisted snow program. You have used the example of the community snow to go pilot under grant. That's when we provide the grant for the community leagues to purchase equipment. Is that correct?
That's right. There's a number of different options and delivery methods for that. Yep.
And I can't quite recall, but do you have the uptake rate for that program when the pilot was running? Like, where the equipment constantly being used, that there was it was actually meeting a need in the community?
I'd have to check with the team and get back to you on that.
Okay, no, sounds good. And then for some of your other ones, like volunteer-based programs and the social enterprise, are you also looking to leverage some of the existing programs that we have or model after? For example, Abundant Community, that also has a very similar kind of volunteer manager, kind of those roles, as well as Boyle Stream Bissell Center with some of their capital cleanup social enterprises.
Yeah, we've seen varying success in different types of programs in the past. So
fair enough.
So we'd be looking at all the different types to see what best parts of programs can we take and leverage to see sustained success.
And then for those senior centers, we currently service 3. Why those 3?
I'm just going to check to see if Val, are you about that?
So those 3 are currently operated by City of Edmonton. So those are why those 3 have been cleared by us.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. And then I guess to Mr. Robar, I just want to clarify something you said earlier. You said different equipment is being used for different priority levels. So priority 1 road equipment plows are used for priority 1 road, or is it that they do priority 1 first and then same equipment and those folks will get to priority 2 faster?
Yeah, it's the latter. So
Okay.
other than P2s are mostly done by contracted services, but P1
Gotcha.
and P3 and P4 are done through our service.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm encouraged by some, certainly Councillor Carmel in his opening talked about some of the conversation that's been happening between management and the frontline workers. I'm very encouraged by that, and I understand that conversation is still going on. I think during committee I've spoken to what it is the outcomes that I want to see achieved. If we want to add everything, it's incredibly expensive, but I do think that currently, I'm encouraged by the atmosphere of that working relationship, and I think we really need to lean on the frontline experience. Thank you for all this work, and I really appreciate the details that went into this.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the additional information. It's quite helpful. A few more questions. So on the Councillor Salvatore was asking earlier about the courtesy tow. So one of the first questions I want to ask on that is one of the reasons I've been very interested in that, from what I've understood, is that when the cars are on the road on our residential roads, it makes it very hard for our staff to easily navigate through communities. So they take longer and they're not able to do as good of a job. That's what they've shared with me, but I want to confirm, is that what we've heard?
Correct.
So by doing this, we can clear everyone off. It allows them to move more quickly and actually get in and get out. Maybe it allows us to finish residential blading much earlier, as an example. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the other thing that it does is it does a better job for the residents.
Correct. That would allow for, well, maybe I'll ask this question next, which is that we don't have to do it as a courtesy. We could charge them for it, correct?
Correct.
So that's something that if there's some concern, and even for me, I might be willing to say, let's amend that, because if they're folks on the road, they're the ones that are causing their neighbors to get bad service, maybe it's time that they should actually pay for that. So So that could be something we could offer as a potential option for you to consider, either courtesy tow or charge them for it.
That is an option, yeah.
Okay. Would the other, when I think about blading, the other piece is that, again, it's 66% of our city or so has curb line sidewalks. Is that right? Approximately? It's been a while, Gord, since we talked about curb line sidewalks. But
I believe that's close, but I don't know the specific number offhand.
So I guess the question is, where we don't have curb line sidewalks, it's still felt, and this might be due to the fact that there were cars on the street, that we didn't necessarily use the boulevards that we had in every neighborhood. And is that because there were cars on the street? Is that, or a likely reason why we might not have used that as effectively as we could?
I think it's probably part of it. I think there were some other considerations and factors as well.
Okay. Is there anything else that we need to make sure that where we have boulevards, that we're actually using them and not leaving the windrow on the street portion, but on the actual green space portion of the boulevard?
I think overall, Councillor, with any of these options where we resource appropriately, it gives us the ability to do a better job because we're not rushing to try and meet a timeline. And I think that's probably part of, we've got some really dedicated staff that want to get things done so that we can meet those expectations. But, in doing so, you don't always maybe take as much time as you could to do a slightly better job. So I think, not to say they're doing a bad job, but it's part of when you're trying to rush through things, you can sometimes overlook.
Yeah, and to be clear, they're doing as good of a job as they can with the resources that they have available to them right now, which is why we're having this conversation. So, while my preference would be to actually remove windrows once a year, I realize we can't pay for that right away. I might look to bring that forward in a couple of years' time as we scale up that budget. One question I do want to ask, though, is what do we have a sense of, say we wanted to remove windrows from both sides of a school, in front of a school or around a school? Can we get a sense of at least the cost of something like that? What's the incremental piece of removing windrows on both sides? Or do we need to dig into that?
I think we need to dig into that because what you're referring to is there already are windrow-free zones around the schools. You're looking to expand.
Put it on the other side. Typically, windrow-free zones are right along, immediately adjacent to the school, but we have cars that are parked on both sides, and so wondering what we would have to do to add in the other. I'm assuming it's double whatever the current cost is, give or take, but maybe there's some efficiency since they're already out there.
Yeah, we'd have to research that further, look at the individual locations and do a little bit more analysis to figure out the actual cost of.
Okay, I might add that. I'll think about what the wording is to add that for the new service enhancement section, just to, because I think that's something that might be an incremental cost that it's worth us examining. The other question, when we were talking about active pathways a bit earlier, or last time, these, right now, priority 2 and 3 are dealt with at a very different standard than priority 1. Priority 1, we go right down to the pavement or to the path through typically brushing. Priority 2 and 3 is maintaining almost like a mini snowpack, if you will, or managing ice. It's not actually removal of snow. Is that correct?
Depending on the particular area, whether it's a stairwell or a bus stop.
Sure. I've got a little more on that, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you so much. And again, really appreciate the clarity of information provided. It's really excellent. I've asked, this is a question I'm always asking about, but just wondering, again, how we're going to come up with an evaluation framework and how we're going to measure the outcomes. So I know as part of the June reporting, it does mention that we'll be talking about outcomes. But again, just wondering if that's going to include a really comprehensive evaluation matrix so that we can, again, not have a sense of what success looks like and how we define that and when we know we've achieved it.
The short answer is yes, that coming back with a set of KPIs and with the GPS in all of the fleet and being able to better measure, the time it takes to run through the inventory, that's exactly what we intend to come back with in June.
Well, and I think there, though, for me, what I'm really interested in is not necessarily that we're meeting our performance targets, but how happy are people about it? So are we going to look at what the survey results are and if we see any changes? Because I have to confess, my biggest worry is that we continue to invest in snow removal and it's never enough. People are never happy. And if that's not what we're striving for, I'm not, just trying to figure out why we're making these investments. I know we had mentioned before sort of collecting some of the collision data. So I think there's certainly that safety piece. Again, just wondering how else we can track and measure the return on investment that we're making in our snow removal program.
So, Councillor, I think there's a number of different pieces of data that we will have access to assess the effectiveness of the program, and certainly citizen feedback in terms of their level of satisfaction will be one of those components. There were a number of different recommendations in the auditor's report, which we've also followed up on. So we have a number of KPIs that we've identified through the auditor's work. We're now capable of doing much more robust data monitoring, so we have that. We also have the EPM framework for the city, which this filters up to as well. So a number of different pieces of data that will support an overall picture of how effective the snow and ice control program is. I think the important thing is that we are looking at it on a regular basis, using that information to inform council how we're doing and how we're meeting citizens and council's expectations, and then from there making recommendations on what things may or may not need to be changed in upcoming years.
Perfect. I really appreciate that. And my questions are really intended to ensure that you're not trapped in an endless loop of absolutely continuous improvement. But, I think it would be interesting even looking at what the return of it, like the diminishing returns to at a certain point, is every dollar in really getting us that much greater customer satisfaction ultimately at the end of the day. So appreciate that will be part of the discussion that comes back in June. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe, can you take the chair, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, just to follow up on Councillor Stevenson's questions as well, right? The third option that you have developed, or option R.5 for both active pathways and roadways, that give you enough to improve the service to 30% and 50%, restore some of your budget and give you additional $10 million, right?
Yes, that's right. So that essentially adds, that's essentially getting us halfway to R1, so we called it 0.5.
Yeah. And under under any option that you presented here, we will still be far behind the standards that we put in place, right?
Correct. In order to achieve the service standards we have in our existing procedure, we'd have to go to option R2 and AP2.
That's the one, okay, got it. I know that people's satisfaction this winter was low, I understand that, right? But how typical was this winter compared to other winters?
Your Worship, I think it's tough to say what a typical winter is anymore because every year seems to be different.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing that I could sense from the feedback we're getting is that, we changed the program, partway through the year, and I think that did two things. It didn't allow us to develop the proper preparedness to deliver what we were going to deliver. And also, citizens' expectations were changed because we did something different than what we were telling them leading up to the winter.
Right.
So I think those two things contributed, but I think the biggest thing we learned is that we need to have a consistent program throughout the entire season, but have enough flexibility in the program that we can adapt. And I think that's probably the biggest learning.
So consistency, adaptability, and let you do your business how you do it, right? And restore some of the funding. So the motion that is on the floor does not give you the option of developing that option 0.5, right? The motion on the floor is R1 and AP1, right, with the enhancements.
Correct, yeah.
So when you come back in June, if that motion passes, then you will not be considering 0.5 option.
We wouldn't necessarily bring any specific information back, but the information that we would use to develop R1 would certainly be something that could be scaled if that was the direction in the future.
Scale back, up, right, okay. Because I understand the concerns, but we have so many other priorities. I think, at least in my mind, that option you're presenting or a third option you're giving still requires $20 million, which is not a small chunk of money, but it's a significant increase from where you are.
Correct, and I think that was one of the things we were really cognizant about, and that was evident this morning in Ms. Padbury's presentation, is that we know there's a lot of challenges that council faces, so we were trying to present alternatives that were palatable in terms of a dollar value, but still able to achieve improvements.
Yeah. Okay, let me think about it. I don't want to complicate too much, but let me ask this question if I were, before I think about maybe moving an amendment. When you come in June, you will have more information, more detailed analysis. At that time, you could be given a direction as well, right? If council wishes to look at 0.5.
I think that type of change in the direction would be workable because we were scaling back. I think the challenge would be if there was a decision at that time to do something totally different to a very high level of service, that would be tougher to scale up.
But scale down is possible?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, because other two options, they're just unbelievably expensive, right? Okay, I will move, sorry, Councillor Jens, you haven't had the first round, right? So I'll take the chair back.
Okay, I'll give the chair back.
Thank you. Councillor Jens, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my first question is, has there been any thought as to the impacts of how we would count this in our carbon budget exercise?
So, Councillor Jans, not at this time. I think going forward, that would be something we would certainly include in whatever direction we go for whatever service level. But at this point, we haven't focused much on the carbon accounting component of this work.
This came up at energy transition, and the city manager was speaking about it earlier this week, and I know there's a lot of excitement around this carbon budgeting work, and I think we need to think about it. As we're still on the motion right now, I would say of the slides presented to admin, I also like the mayor lean towards the 0.5. I think we've seen that the number of roads have increased, but our budget has not. I'm wondering about, are there certain areas that are priority routes that we could do some sort of a cost share with, say, St. Albert for St. Albert Trail, or some of the ins and out of Sherwood Park? I wonder as well with the Henday or other major regional assets, is there some way to try and make the burden of the community more equitable among the region if we're going to be adding a heightened level of service?
So, Councillor, a couple points. Just to clarify, on the Henday piece, we currently don't serve that. That is served by the province, so they already are responsible for that piece of roadway. In terms of some of the other roadways and who uses them and the surrounding municipalities, I think that the question has been discussed by council a number of different times in terms of shared benefit. But I don't know if we've ever gone to that specific level of discussion, and I don't know how much appetite there would be for another jurisdiction to subsidize Edmonton snow clearing within the city limits. If they're regional roadways, something like the Henday, I think there's probably more applicability. But I don't want to presuppose, but it isn't anything we've looked at yet, and I don't know if we would have the time to do that before June.
Yeah, I think my concern, sort of as echoed by Councillor Salvador and the mayor and others, that we're seeing such variable weather right now with the climate emergency, and that to be making such an order of magnitude investment in this area, to me, still feels a little premature. I would rather be comfortable with the 0.5 spend and let us kind of adapt accordingly. So that would be my my feedback at this time. I know we'll have a chance to discuss this further at a later date. And just to confirm, I mean, it's been said we're getting rid of windrows, and head and shoulders, the number one complaint was about the windrows. I agree with Councillor Cartnell. I think a snowpack would be very acceptable to most Edmontonians. And I'm done.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. And can you, Councillor Tang, have you had first round? Yeah, I did. You did. Can you move the second round? Councillor Jans?
So moved. Second round.
Okay, second by Councillor Knack. Please vote on the second round.
We have 12 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right, let me see. All right, Councillor Rice, you're next.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. So my first question is about the increase. So information in front of us indicated the 2028 to 2022, our budget for SNIC program decreased. So they decreased by $9.2 million. Does this decrease reflect the $14.3 million we just passed a few weeks ago in our spring adjustments, and specific for snow removal and ice control program?
So I'll just ask Ms. Padbury if she can provide any comment in terms of the recent budget amounts, but these were all in previous budget debates, so I don't believe they connected into the conversation you were having this morning.
The $14.3 million that was reduced was was not a reduction. It was a one-time $14.3 million budget for the impacts of the refinement of the policy made this winter, the additional blading and the removal of windrows on a one-time basis only, so not an ongoing budget adjustment.
Okay, so in fact is the case, and then for 2022, our total budget for this program and should be 56.6 plus that 14 and almost $17 million, right? Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, the amended budget.
Okay. So right now we are going to increase if this motion passed, we're going to increase $48.7 million. So that is 47% increase. And then is that safe to say this increase will reduce over 2.5% of tax increase for 2023?
I'll just ask Ms. Padbury if she has those numbers.
Can you say that one more time for me, please?
I said if the motion on the floor passed, and by increase $48.7 million, will increase our tax and for 2023 by over 2.5%. And plus this morning we had a discussion 8.5%. That means we're over 11% tax increase for 2023. If we add together.
If you added them together, I would just say that 8.5% from this morning was just an indicative number, was just an estimate. It's not actually the budget at the current moment, but you're correct. $48 million increase is greater. It's about 2.75%.
Okay, so add together will be like almost like over 11%. Okay, thank you for that question. So next question is about, so for all this increase, actually is reflect the standards increase, or we want to reflect the outcome improvement?
So, Councillor, I think Mr. Robar alluded earlier, we're actually not changing the service level standards, we're changing our ability to meet them.
Okay, for the standards set up, and how many years we update these standards? Or these standards is come from old time, or it's a newer time?
So the standards that are identified in the snow and ice control policy have been around for quite some time. I think we alluded to when they were first actioned. We mentioned that in the report at committee, but they have been fine-tuned over the course of the years, but the bulk of the standard has maintained in place for a number of years.
Okay, is this standards updates will be reflected in the survey and to engage public and to looking for what they want?
So we have done some of that engagement already, and then that part of the survey is finding out what citizens are looking for. So in terms of the time to clear roads, that is part of the information that we are seeking guidance on.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking forward for the standards and then actually look at our public what they want and for our snow and ice control and services standards. I do believe this services is one of our core services and is very important for us to support. But I do want to get right for how we can get the most value from tax dollar or Edmontonians paid to get this service to meet their satisfaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, maybe just to close the loop on my previous rounds, one would be an amendment to point 2, number 4, which is to strike the word courtesy in front of tow. So it would just be to introduce a tow during parking bans, and that would be an amendment unless it's friendly, which would mean that we would be charging them, not us paying for it.
Second.
I'll see if that's friendly, then we don't have to debate it. Tim, is Councillor Cartwell, would that be considered friendly?
I don't consider that friendly. It's not, changes the intent.
Okay. All right.
That's fine.
So you want to do that first? Want to vote on that first?
Yeah, we'll start with that one first.
Okay, let's see. Changing from courtesy to, or taking the word courtesy out, then administration will determine to charge, right? That will be the intent?
To be clear, the intent would be then we would charge for, instead of us paying $250,000. Okay. And just quickly introducing, I actually don't really care which way we go. We need to tow the cars, but we might as well charge them for it, because I heard some concern early on. But as long as we tow, I don't really care what. I just wanted to respond to a little bit about what I heard, so thank you.
Got it. Okay, any questions on the amendment to take the word courtesy out? Seeing none, that was seconded by Councillor Paquette, right? Okay. Please vote.
Councillor Stevenson's not absent. Councillor Rice and Councillor Stevenson, we're just resetting your vote. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And back to you, Councillor Knack.
Thank you. The other would be a closure on the windrow free zones by schools. So it would be to add a 0.27, which we'll get the wording up because I forgot it. But essentially it's going to be to, I'll just wait for the wording before
If that's not friendly, I'm happy to second.
We have to see the wording here.
There it is. There we go. So it would be to add, it'd be add the following as part of 1B7? Yes, sorry, There we go. Expand the windrow free zones in front of schools to include both sides of the road.
So instead of 1, remove windrows on both sides. That is part 7. Okay, and there's second by Councillor Paquette, right?
Yeah.
Any questions?
Yes, and can we show the entire motion instead of this part?
Yeah, it's hard to see that on the screen, Councillor Rice, because motion is too big. But if you look at the original motion in the e-scribe,
Okay.
in attachment 1, e-scribe, right? And then
Part 1B. Okay.
yeah, if you go to the report, SPSC report 2, you will see the motion there, right at the top.
Okay. So if I have amendments for this specific piece,
For you want to amend Councillor Knack's amendment?
if I just want to add a few words and another, I believe is attachment 6. Their enhancement for the clean residential windows, blocking driveway.
Yeah, so you can do that as a standalone amendments after Councillor Knack's amendment is dealt with, because this is totally different. So
It's totally different?
Yeah, you can
Okay.
add your own if you wish to after we are dealt with Councillor Andrew Knack's amendment. Okay.
Okay, so is not just add the another portion is blocking driveway.
Yeah, you can add number 8 to it if we are done with if 7 is accepted. All right, any other questions? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
That's probably close to 5 minutes worth, so I might have more questions after your piece, but I'll leave it there. Thank you. I do have more questions, but I think I'm out of time. Thank you.
Okay, now next is Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, sorry, I'm just speaking out for the second round.
Sorry, I didn't understand, Councillor Paquette. You're
Well,
not.
I'm on the board to speak.
Oh, I see.
To
Got
the
it.
motion, not for a second round.
Got
in
it.
the interest of time.
Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Actually, just following up on your comments and Councillor Jan's comments, I do think it's important to have that clarity around R 0.5. That's what I'm interested in as well. So I would like to move an amendment to add road option R 0.5 after road option R1 in Part 1A.
All right, so you're moving 0.5 for R1, right?
Yes.
And
well,
are you
R.5.
R.5, sorry. Are you moving the 0.5 for API as well? AP1?
Sorry, say that again?
Are you moving the 0.5 option for number 2 active pathways AP1 as well?
No.
Okay, just for 1.
So I know it's not been seconded and we just received this through, so we're just going to put this up on the screen and then you can decide if somebody wants to second it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
So just for clarity, the only thing that's being added is the words road option R0.5 after Part 1A, after road option R1. So Rama's just going to put it up if you can just give her a couple seconds.
Okay. Here we go. We have that's amendment from Councillor Salvador. We need a seconder.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Okay. All right, I just need a procedural clarity. I know Councillor Tang has been working on this motion amendment as well, right, Councillor Tang? So I just want to know if that motion has been moved, right? So doesn't.
I only have.
Councillor Salvador. Good.
We'll deal with them in the order that they're
And the
made.
order
If other
come?
people
Okay.
have amendments, if they could send those through, that'd be super helpful.
Okay, got it. All right, so we have amendment, road option R1 is changed to,
Just a point of clarification, not
Yes.
changing R1, but adding in option.
I see, okay, I just can't
Yeah,
read it.
I just, similar to how we have,
Okay, got
sort
it,
of
got it.
AP,
So it
yeah,
will
we have
give you both
AP1
options.
as an option, and we have AP1 to AP3, just so that those both options are on the table. I think it's important to have that analysis.
Oh, I see.
So it's not replacing, not replacing.
Okay, so, okay, got it. Good.
So can we just make sure that we're not contradicting ourselves and we're providing clear direction to administration, Mr. Mayor? So
Yeah.
I literally just received this a few seconds ago. Could you just give us a second to chat with
Yeah,
administration?
please, go ahead.
They don't need 35 choices, they need direction.
Yeah.
Pick one.
You just need to call the vote. That's what we need to do, and just vote on them individually, and then I'll give you.
If you want to replace R1, R5, fine, but replace it. Don't give them 9 things to do.
Are you going to do that, Councillor?
Yeah.
Councillor Tang is going to do that.
No, only if this fails.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is it clear to administration what the direction is?
Yes, it is, Your Worship.
So direction is to do 0.5 work as well as R1 work.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor, if I can speak to this one at the appropriate time, please.
Of course. All right, so we have a motion, we have amendment on the floor. Anyone to question amendments?
Well, I clicked in to speak.
There's a list. Can you make the new list for this amendment, Madam Clerk?
So I think it's potential that somebody's got their computer monitor speakers on, so if you wouldn't mind just turning those off. So the speakers list here is the one you could start with, if you'd like.
Yeah, this is the old list. I'm asking people to questions if they have question on the amendment. I'll go through list. Councillor Paquette, on any questions on this amendment from Councillor Salvador?
No questions,
Okay.
just to
Councillor
speak to
Tang,
this.
any questions?
No, I'll just wait for the next one.
Councillor Rutherford, any questions on this? No? Councillor Rice, any questions on Councillor Salvador's amendment?
No other question.
Got it. Councillor Cartmel?
No, just to speak.
Just to speak? All right. I'll start with Councillor Paquette to speak.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I absolutely appreciate the intention of this. I would also appreciate the intention of someone put up road option R2. The problem with it is that we do not actually move forward. We're just back to the initial report, just with a little more details. Sorry for the squeaking in the background. We've got a puppy chewing a toy. I think that administration made it clear that if they come back with R1 and there's a desire to move to R0.5, we can do that. So I'm not sure if we need it in the motion, because then I'm worried that someone will be compelled, probably me, to also move road option R2. And we get into this indecision gridlock. And so I would prefer that we just move forward with what we've got, and then get the report back, and we can make a decision at that time. And that's really the primary reason why I would not support this motion, even though I understand the intent behind it, and I think it's completely valid to put it forward, but I certainly can't vote for it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford to speak? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm of the same mind. I think when I did door knocking and what I heard from residents in my ward is how vital us getting snow and ice clearing right is. And I cannot support this. I mean, I can support it as an amendment, but I will not support it when we actually vote to it, because I think we need to be more aggressive to get our snow and ice back in line with where it needs to be, and this just doesn't even come close to getting us there. So I again appreciate the intent, but I will support the amendment as a point of process, but I will not support this when we split and vote on each item.
Councillor, I thought Councillor Card. Good. Okay, we're adding into the list. Oh, no, I mean, we voted, that's an addition, we're not replacing it, right? So, yeah. Can you take the Councillor?
I'll take the chair.
I just want to quickly speak.
Point of order, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah.
We have to vote on the amendment to see if it's added to the list first.
Yes, I'm just giving her the chair to speak. Yeah. Councillor Paquette? Sorry, Councillor Principe?
I'll take the chair, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. You know, I understand the intent here from Councillor Rutherford. When I look at from Councillor Salvador, when I look at the initial motion, I just want to, I'll speak to this. Now, I'm not going to support option R1, and I'm not going to support option AP1 either. I'd rather see us look at giving direction to administration on the option they presented, which is 0.5 option for both R1 and API instead. So that's why I would not be supporting this, but I look forward to anybody moving a motion to do that $20 million option instead of $40 and $60 million option. So I look to that, and I will take the chair back.
Okay.
Anyone else to speak? I see none. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried. Okay. Back to the list. Councillor Tang.
Well, I was going to move as something similar, but just to be really clear and only one option. I see the R.5 and AP.5 as the baseline, and and then that will give us a good estimate for what R1 and AP1 could be. And I think I just wanted kind of one clear direction on the table. But I understand we're kind of dealing with this one at a time, and so look to clerks to provide that direction, but would like to actually remove that 0.3, sorry, A3, to remove the AP3. I also think we need to be realistic. I don't necessarily want administration to do a bunch of stuff that we realistically won't necessarily support when the time comes to it. So I would like to remove that A3 and then replace A1 and A2 with just R.5 and AP.5 rather than currently both R.5 and
Can we deal with these
1.1.
separately?
Sure.
So let's just do the AP first of all, and then I need to think about replacing A1 and A2 because you just amended it, so I need to make sure we're not
Yep.
just undoing what you just did.
Okay, let's vote. I need it. So the motion is to delete A3.
That's right.
From Councillor Tang. Need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Principe seconded it. Okay. All right. Any questions on that?
Can I ask one?
Yes.
Can I please? Just to confirm that, so it's option, so the motion would be that item 1A.3, just to remove AP3, or you want the whole thing gone?
The whole thing gone.
Whole thing.
Okay.
The entire 3 will be deleted.
Yep, that's fine. I just
Got it.
needed clarification.
Okay. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead, Councillor Paquette.
Why? To the mover.
I'm just concerned that we're going to kind of get into this pattern of having administration do a lot of work, that when the time comes to it for a budget decision, weighing many other priorities, that we're actually not going to support it. So I think this is just and also I also think the AP.5 serves as that baseline for the estimate if we ever go towards the direction of AP1, AP2, or even AP3.
Can we get that on the board? By any chance?
Yes, Councillor Paquette.
If you, Councillor Paquette, if you go to e-scribe and look at that attachment, it's removing number 3.
Sure. All right. So I guess my concern here is that we had a committee meeting, spent hours on this, and that was the appropriate time for all of this. I'm a little bit concerned, but here we are, and definitely within the purview of council. And but it does beg the question why we have committee meetings if we're just going to continue them in council as if those meetings did not exist. So I will not support this simply because I think the appropriate time to do the vast majority of this work is in the time and space allotted for it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Anyone else? Councillor Rice on this one?
No, I don't have a question for this
Good.
amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Knack on this?
Sorry, very quick question to administration. So the way all of this is worded, but I pick on this because it's the one before us right now, is there would be nothing stop it. So if we decided we wanted to go down this path, we don't have to fund it all in year 1 of the 4-year cycle. Correct? We could break this out. If we wanted to do this, we could phase it in over 4 years if we wanted to.
Yes, and I think that was what we were talking about in committee, is that some of these things can be phased in depending on...
And we can do that for any of the items. I realize we've got the amendment here before us today, but I want to speak to this one particularly, but I just wanted to make sure it is an option to us. So, okay, great. I'll speak to it at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I just echo the same sentiments as some of my colleagues right now in the conversation that we're having right now. And we did have committee, and I came into this meeting with the agenda package prepared to vote on each one of those items. And now it's like the whole motion is different. And I don't think we make the best decisions on the fly. So I really want to just flag a point of concern, but I guess I have a process question for City Clerk. Why are we not doing like a fill in the blank like we did at fall budget with this one? Because it seems like there's a cascading of least impactful to most impactful.
That was not the starting point. There was a motion on the floor from committee.
Okay, so that's where, and so we can't go back and do a fill in the blank now that all these amendments are happening?
I'm just getting them on the fly as is council, and if there's a different process council would like to use, I'd be happy to accommodate that. But I don't know if there's more amendments coming forward. Perhaps council could indicate its preference.
Okay. Yeah, my preference, I guess I'll just put it out there, my preference would be to let the motion stand as it is, for us to vote on each item individually, such as A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, individual votes. But I guess we do have to just cross-reference that there's none that would counter. So if we approve one and we approve another, that those counter each other, which is the complexity we get into. But I think at some point we just need to vote and give some direction.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe, can you take the chair, please, quickly?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll take the chair.
I think this is exactly I would have voted to remove this if we were voting one by one on this. So I have no problem removing it now, because this is going to cost us tons of money, and I don't know if it's going to achieve any results, and we need to give a direction to administration. And if we're not going to cop off the money when it comes to budget time, I think we'll be giving them, we are wasting administration's time when it's something that we can't practically deliver. So I would support removing this. And I will take the chair back.
Okay.
Councillor Naik.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think active pathways is probably the most important thing that we need to be funding from a core services piece. With the greatest respect to folks who have spoken earlier, that is the biggest complaint I get from folks who have limited mobility. Our city does not do a good enough job on active pathways. And again, to be clear, that is not at our staff. The staff are doing everything humanly possible with the resources they have. They do not have enough resources. We don't clear many parks throughout the winter. Priority 2 and 3 for pathways aren't cleared down right to the pavement or to the asphalt. In most cases, appreciate there might be a few on priority 2 that do, but these are the spots that if you're using any type of mobility aid, it is incredibly hard to navigate in this city. And so I know that's the most expensive one, and I appreciate that. And we can't fund it all in 1 year, but that's why I asked that question earlier, that if we keep this on the board, we can fund it over 4 years. And I think we absolutely need to fund this one, because any type of reduction, I mean, the status quo is nowhere near good enough. AP1, fine. But it still abandons the priority 2s and 3s, which are the biggest challenge for people who cannot drive in the city to be able to move safely. So I cannot see us remove this, because this has been the area that has been neglected for far too long. It is the feedback we heard over the years from the Accessibility Advisory Committee about what needs to be done better. And so I would hate, while AP1 is good, and I would, fine, if we're going to do something, let's at least do AP1. But I think we need to actually fund this so that people can easily navigate throughout the entire winter. So whether it's somebody in a wheelchair, somebody using a walker, or a parent using a stroller, it is not good enough. I can safely, for me on my fat bike, on my fat tires, I'm fine. Like, don't worry about me. Don't do this for me because I'm the person that bikes. Yeah, they're not good, but do this for those who literally have no other option. So I would encourage council to keep this one on the books, to let us debate it at budget, and I would argue that what we need to do with that one in particular is phase it in over 4 or 5, a number of years, because it's a lot of money, but let's make sure our city's actually accessible for those that cannot drive, because it is not. Removing this doesn't create an accessible city. Sorry for this is just one I've been waiting, this one is the one I've been sitting on for years to finally fix. And if we lose this, we don't get a chance to fix it. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I can just quickly close.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Again, I just want to emphasize, right now we're seeking information from administration. I think 0.5 serves as the baseline. If we want to triple, quadruple that to reach AP3, I think then we have at least have an estimate, a baseline to estimate that from. And then we make those kinds of budget decision. Maybe in hindsight, we could have just kept it and then vote on that. So apologies for the confusion. And this is to provide clear, in my opinion, clear direction for that information gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tank. Please vote. To remove, right?
I'm yes. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. All right, so Councillor Tang, I'll come back to you for your second part, which is AP 1 2.5.
Yes, so it will be to replace in A1 instead of R1 will be R.5.
That is already on the option of to vote.
Oh, sorry. So then remove R1.
Okay. But we will be voting on all of these separately anyways, right?
So just for clarity, one of the first motions that was made was to add to 1A1, was to add after road options R1. We also added and road options are 0.5. So now 1A1 has two parts to it. It has roads options R1 and road options are 0.5. What Councillor Tang, I think, is saying is now she'd like to make an amendment to remove roads option R1 from 1A1. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. So then, if that passes, then remains road option 0.5, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Need a seconder? I'll second that. Okay. Any questions? Councillor Paquette?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I think I'll just speak to this. And I'm not sure exactly what the best way to do it is, but people pay their taxes. They're paying their taxes and getting what they consider a substandard service. The rationale is that they're getting the service that matches the dollars, but that's not what people are asking for. You know, I remember Vinesh Pratap always used to lament that our LRT was not elevated. And that position got a lot of support. The cost, of course, would have been 10 times the amount of what was ultimately designed and approved and is halfway built. Yet the savings argument seemed not to resonate with residents. And we find that with a lot of our services. There is a need to be an affordable city. And it is very clear, according to annual reports, that Edmonton is an immensely affordable city year after year after year. So I think we're okay on that front. Where we fall short is on delivering the services that people expect. We are rightly expenditure shy, and we should be. But on the basic services, we should fund as close as possible to the public expectation. Transit, parks and roads, snow and ice, these are really, really basic things that a city should get right, without debate. And it should be areas where we excel. I kind of think about if there was only one apartment in town, so you didn't have any apartment to choose from, which is sort of the situation that residents of Edmonton have. They don't really have a lot of choice. And let's say your rent was cheap in that place. Great. But let's say your appliances didn't work very well. Maybe you'd say, hey, landlord, charge me a little bit more so that my appliances at least work well. Because otherwise you're thinking, hey, I'm paying my rent and nothing works. This does not sit well with me. When for a little tiny bit extra, I could actually have a place I was proud of. And I kind of feel like that's where we're at in some of these service provision discussions. We cut so close to the bone that what people are paying for doesn't meet their expectations, and so they are imminently dissatisfied. And then they wonder why they're paying anything at all in the first place. And it's such a weird kind of like terrible cycle. We do it over and over and over again. Whereas if we funded these services appropriately, people would be satisfied with them and there wouldn't be as much concern. They would feel that their taxes were being utilized appropriately. Because when you don't have a service that you can rely on or can be proud of or that works according to what you continually say every year, this is what I want and this is what I need as a city, then nickel and diming doesn't do any good for anyone. You know, very similar to Councillor Knack's argument earlier, there's some things that we just really should not be afraid to fund. and this is one of them. These core services that everyone talks about, that, oh, we got to get those core services right. And then we immediately say, oh, but it costs too much to do that. It doesn't make sense to me. After four and a half years, it doesn't make sense to me. And from what I hear at the doors, it doesn't make sense for the public either. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice to speak to this or to vote?
No, I am on the list for other question or also for my amendment to the original motion.
Got it. So, all right, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. All right, Councillor Tang, last one.
Actually, I'm just going to withdraw that one.
Okay, got it. All right, Councillor Rice, next to you.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I do want to say I really appreciate this conversation and then also the comments from my colleagues. I'm a strong believer, and we are, as a city, as a capital city specific, we do need to do better snow and ice control and for our city. And then we heard the voice from public over and over, and regarding some issues, concerns we already talked earlier, so I'm not going to repeat. So one more sense I would like to make amendment is based on my experience, what I heard, and in the past several months. And so when we did the snow removal in the past several months, I actually received many phone calls and emails regarding the driveway and blocked by the windrows. And so driveway blocked by windrows, and even there are few cases that people called me and with a medical appointment, and they cannot get out.
So, Councillor Rice, can you move your amendment first, then you can introduce it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, thank you for that. Yeah. So I would like to add one piece under an option for new service enhancements. Is a part 1, section B, and then to add, I move that to add enhance. So new services enhancement to add clear residential windrows blocking driveway and curb and cuts. So that is my amendment.
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe. What was the second part, Councillor Rice? One was the driveway. The second part was?
Is curb cuts.
Oh, curb cuts. Okay.
Yes.
Driveways and curb cuts.
Okay. So now that is my amendment. I'm finished to introduce as well. And so it ends up, and even like during the Christmas and specific on the Christmas day, I had to go to the one house and to look at the driveway blocked by windrows, and then the old lady I cannot get out, and for her appointment. So I do believe, and from like a resident's perspective, and then if our people have these needs and to get out of their driveways, and these services needs to be in place. So I would like to see these services and in our option for new services enhancements. And thank you. I also encourage my colleagues to consider the needs, the basic needs, and from our residents to support this to be added.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Salvador on this?
Yeah, thank you. I guess just to administration, do we not already clear in front of driveways?
If we blade and it's above 30 centimeters, we would do a windrow removal in front of the driveways. I think this speaks to any time there's a blading that we would be doing a windrow removal at private driveways as well as at the curb cuts at intersections.
Okay, so when we're saying curb cuts, is that only at intersections? I'm wondering about immature neighborhoods where there's boulevards and there's, I guess it's private sidewalk that crosses over, not including that?
Correct, that wouldn't include that. It would just be the driveway approaches where there's a curb apron, as well as at the intersection.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. Councilor Knack?
Actually, I think I just got the answer, so fully supportive for curb cuts, accessibility.
Thank you.
That's my speaking.
All right, please vote.
Have you sent it out? Just waiting for 2 more votes. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that concludes all the amendments. All right, so for voting purposes, Madam Clerk, I just need clarity.
Mayor Sylvie, I'm trying to get on to request to speak.
Oh, are you? Just told us.
Yes.
I just can't. Here we go. Got the list here now. Can you sign? Are you unable to sign up?
Try one more time. There we go. I'm good now.
There we go. You got it.
Thank you.
All right. So just a procedural question, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, just to clarify, you can't register to speak when there's still a vote on the screen. That's why there's a little bit of a delay. So apologies for
Okay,
that.
got it.
Sorry, your question, Mr. Mayor?
Question is on the, are we voting separately on each of these? That's my understanding.
That's, you give me direction, we'll call as many votes as you'd like.
My worry is that then if we start speaking on all of it, right, on individual items, we'll be here all night. My preference would be we vote on.
No,
one
point
separate?
of order. We talked about this for about 6 hours at committee, and amendments were tolerated at committee.
So you want to
on the
vote
premise
separately?
that they would be voted on individually and separately to give administration clear direction on each item.
Good, okay, I accept the knowledge from the chair of the discussion, so we will vote separately on all of them. But I hope that we speak to this once, not on each and every item. So we'll see how that goes, right? All right, so I have a list. You have question, Councilor Wright?
Yes, I do. For Mr. Sebrick, I just wanted to clarify option R2. Is that's the only one that's available to us for purchasing new equipment, even on sort of a staggered basis over the next 3 or 4 years?
So option R2 indicated meeting the existing timeline standard 100% of the time on an average snowfall, and it required additional equipment. Some of the other options do require equipment for the active pathways, but that was on different levels. We did have a separate part of the motion that indicated purchase of some different types of equipment, trailer-mounted plows, and that was a separate amount that was identified individually as well.
Right, I noticed, and I was just wondering, because I was looking at changing 1B6 to include the staffing cost to operate. But is that technically what option R2 is?
So the option for purchasing those standalone pieces of equipment, those trailers, we would simply reallocate resources under any of those alternatives, because what it does is it frees up resources. It allows us to do a specific body of work with less equipment and less resources, and it frees up those resources to do other work and use other pieces of equipment.
Okay. So by doing that, by doing the 1B6, will you automatically sort of provide what will be freed up as far as staffing resources, or how that will help improve service, or do I need to add that into amend that?
No, that would be part of our regular work, assigning work.
Okay, good. I don't want to do any more amendments. Thank you very much. And that's all I have.
Thank you. you, Councillor Wright. Okay, we have motion on the floor. We concluded all the questions to speak. To speak, please start lineup. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, I'm just trying to pull up the original motion so that I can reference it for what I think is still there. Again, I won't take too long. We've talked about this long enough, and we'll have many more conversations about it. I truly believe from what I've heard from my constituents, from my ward specifically, that this is absolutely fundamentally a core service. We talked about in that last report, 6.1, about the investment in the mobility network. If people cannot get around because of snow and ice, then we are not investing in our mobility network. So to me, this should be a given that we are at least going to meet that R1 standard. And I hope that there's support for that R1 standard, and I hope there's support for the active pathways, because I can agree wholeheartedly with my colleague, Councillor Knack, in saying that when we talk about building a city for everyone, if there's people that cannot leave their houses because they cannot move around, they cannot get on a bus, that is a problem, and we are not building a city for everyone. And so while there's a sticker shock here, and we all experience it, I would rather cut other things when we have that discussion at budget than this fundamental service for mobility, for accessibility, for equity. And so I hope that my other colleagues see that as well. In terms of the enhancements, I also want to highlight the sandbox program and how there was 761 community sandboxes, which compared to Calgary, I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but it's like 20, I'm going to say, don't quote me. It's significantly over proportion to any other municipality. And I know that I definitely don't want to cut that program because it fits into the piece around the mobility and also community-led work, right? Just like we have citizens that clear their own sidewalks when capable, we have that community-led work of going to the sandbox and putting the sand down. But it is clearly unsustainable. So I hope when that report comes back and we vote on the optimizing the efficiency of sandboxes and either increase or decrease, that we're really looking at that in what is realistic to achieve. And lastly, I think, I hope that there is complete and utter support for an assisted snow program, because whether there's windrows or no windrows, we have folks that have reached out to me in my inboxes, not being able to get to doctor's appointments, not being able to access their vehicle, not being able to do the basic necessities because whatever disability they have or aging have made it really hard for them, and they might not be able to afford it. I don't know if this can come at a cost or not, but I would encourage my colleagues to really consider supporting exploration of that assisted snow program as we build that city for everyone. So again, I came into this meeting knowing how I was going to land, and the discussion today hasn't changed that. For me personally, I will be supporting the R1 option. I'll be supporting AP1, and I'll be supporting making sure that we're optimizing efficiency on sandboxes and creating assisted programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. Just to speak very briefly, I know there's been some frustration with the process today. I think, we are dealing with new information since committee in terms of the 0.5 option, and I think it's been worthwhile that we've explored that as a group. So I appreciate administration bringing that forward as another option and the conversation we've had around that. Very briefly, I very much support improvements in our active pathways. As has been mentioned, it's essential for us creating an inclusive Edmonton and ensuring that people can move around our city in active ways all year round. And the ability to move freely through the city during the winter isn't the city's responsibility alone, and that's why I'm very supportive of enhanced education and enforcement to ensure that all Edmontonians are doing their part to keep each other safe and active in the winter by clearing their sidewalks. I do want to stress, though, the absolute essential piece to this, which is that we closely track resident satisfaction and ensure that our investment is meeting the expectations of Edmontonians. I can anticipate reaching a point of diminishing returns where regardless of how much we invest in our snow clearing, we will never have a satisfied populace. And that's a challenging political situation to be in. I think as much as possible, we need to look to, absolutely resident satisfaction, but also some independent metrics around safety, collisions, and people's ability to move, rather than just the service level outcomes. So that's my caution in ensuring that after we make these investments, that we monitor what the impacts have been in terms of resident satisfaction. And I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure we're in danger of diminishing returns just yet, considering the comparison of our spend to other municipalities who are similar to Edmonton and have a smaller footprint than Edmonton. After multiple years dealing with this, I can tell you that there are very few people in Edmonton who are saying, I want very slow and incremental change on snow and ice control. They want change and they want it now. They do not want to go into next winter where the council is saying, well, we're making some small changes. Let's take a look at how it works. And maybe in 10 years, we'll get to the point where you think we should be. I'm not hearing that kind of support in the public. What the public wants is a rapid change for the better. We have an opportunity to give it to them. I don't know why we wouldn't. And one of my concerns is, I just imagine my home. If I had a crumbling sidewalk, or I just never shoveled it, and or never hired anyone to shovel it completely, or it's hard for someone in a walker to get up my steps. And the reason I gave is, I just can't afford it. But then I come home with new artwork. I don't think my family would be very enthusiastic about that. They'd ask me where my priorities are. And I may have a perfectly good justification for that choice, but for the artwork, but it doesn't really translate into the justification for not doing the job that maybe I'm expected to do. A city is very complicated. It's got a lot of different, pushes and pulls and needs. But instead of doing not quite good enough job on everything, can we just do a good job on some things to the level that the public expects? That would be great. I didn't, at the doors, I didn't say, I was thinking about our snow and ice is okay. And, frankly, if I improved it a little bit, you'd still complain. But these weren't the conversations I had. The conversations were things have to improve and they have to improve now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We'll break here and we'll be back at 3:45. Until then, we are in recess. do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
I'm here.
Councillor Tang.
Here.
Councillor Hamilton.
Here.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel will be arriving shortly. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans. We see you, Michael. Thank you. There you are. And next one in the line to speak is Councillor Rice. Go ahead, Councillor.
I will be very quick. Thank you, Ms. Chair. I do believe our city's snow and ice control is one of our core services and very important services as a city and as a winter city. Specifically in the past years, and then also in the past several months, we heard so many different voices, different concerns, and regarding the these services provided to our Edmontonians. Specifically, and then in term accessibility, and then when in the winter time, how we could provide that efficient accessibility to the people who actually move around in the winter time. This is actually hugely impacted by our snow removal, ice control services. And so in last year, as the earlier question I asked, and we spent over $70 million, 56.6 plus 14.3, over $70 million to these services, but we still receive lots and lots of concerns. So then the question to me is, and what is real expectation or real needs from our Edmontonians in terms of these services, how we can provide it, and then to meet that satisfactory and from our citizens. So I'm looking forward for more information after the public engagement finished in June, and for more information on what level of service standards our public expect, and so what outcome and for this increase achieve besides the outcome provided in attachment 6, only for the time short, the days for us to provide these services be shorter. And so I think more information I would like to looking for and from administration and through that public engagement sessions. But I do support our city. Yes, we need look at in the past years how we do this, and is there any way we could do different to really make a big difference to meet the needs as a winter city, and then for Edmontonians. And so I am going to support the options here and listed under Part A, and also and then listed under Part B as well, and then if we're voting one by one, but I do looking forward to the more information come back and for in June and for the final budget discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first, and I appreciate that this was a touch of a frustrating conversation because we had talked about it at the committee, but I think as others have noted, and no fault, I'm really glad for the additional information from administration, but that's actually, I wasn't planning on speaking to this or putting any amendments forward, but then we had this additional information come forward, which I thought was really valuable, but it also caused me to re-engage in this item. So while I think we do, as a council as a whole, need to work on re-debating things that have been on committee, I can particularly see why this one made sense to re-engage. This is a rare circumstance where we actually had new information that changed how we approach this. So I just thought I would flag that in more of a general sense. I've already talked about Section A, fully on board. I think if we're going to fund it, this is a core service, everyone else has mentioned that, we need to do that. Option B, the options within B, just a few notes. Appreciating some of the feedback we heard and how we designate, or what we would designate seniors facilities. I actually won't support that one because, to the point of all of the other building management companies should be doing that themselves, so I don't think I'll support that. Everything else I will be happily supporting, and just wanted to again highlight a few quick things. If we're going to do more sidewalk enforcement, if we're going to do some of these other pieces, we need to start making sure all of our inventory is getting cleaned. We might not do every single pathway within 48 hours, and we need to talk about changing the standards on the website so people know exactly what we're going to be doing at the appropriate time, but that'll come later. So if we're going to do more enforcement, which we should do, let's make sure we're also following through on our end with what's in our inventory. Already talked about the towing, but again, just to stress, we need the cars off the road. The crews cannot do a good enough job if the cars are on the road, so I really hope we don't lose that one, because that's one of the biggest things I've heard from many of the frontline operators over the years, that when the cars are on the road, it's hard for them to do that. And this can also be applied to street sweeping, because of course, as we saw, nobody removed their cars off the streets during street sweeping, or at least not everyone did, and that's frustrating for neighbors to do that. I think the other pieces we've already touched on. So besides point 2, I'll support everything. And I think my closing thought is that, and Councillor Rutherford, I think, did an excellent job identifying this. This is going to be expensive. It's not cheap to do all of this, but we just had a budget prioritization conversation this morning, and in my mind, this is sort of top of the list. So I want to fund this right, and I'm willing to look at other areas and make changes so that this can be appropriately funded. We'll probably have to smooth it. I don't think we should do it all in 1 year. We'll probably spread it out over 4 years, but I think we should do every piece of it. And while I know there will be a cost to that, and we'll actually debate the budget come November, I don't think we should be afraid to addressing a core service like this, and instead be willing to look at other areas to make sure we're moving forward, because this is so important. My final thanks to administration for getting this report. I've said this a few times now, but I don't think publicly in the meetings, that this is the first time in 8.5 years where I actually feel like I have the data to make an informed decision on snow and ice control. At different times, we've made decisions to increase the budget. We did it in the last 4-year cycle, and then it changed. But we didn't know what we were actually achieving. We didn't have the measures. We didn't have anything. So while sometimes the word metrics causes me to twitch a little bit, in this particular case, it was really, really helpful to have that clear breakdown. And I hope that we can now take this and apply this to all of our other operational areas so that we can make more informed decisions. Because I really feel like I haven't been able to make an informed decision in 8 years, and that's a combination of issues and why that existed, but this was the first time that I think we finally got what we need, and I want to just thank you all for putting that work together so that we could actually make some, I think, what will be really good decisions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would, like some of my colleagues, I want to see incremental change. Sorry, not incremental, gradual, and that will have, a more smoothed out budget implications. And I think, a vast majority of the comments I hear from the neighborhoods in my ward around accessibility, around parking, around just some of the challenges really came from, early season blading and the windrow pileup. And I think the volume this year we're seeing is quite different. That became unmanageable for residents who are constantly trying to do what they should be doing to clear the sidewalk, and they just can't. It's a never-ending job for the frontline workers. I feel like today what we didn't talk enough about was the assisted snow program, which I take it from, the presentation that administration would like some directions, and I hope you got some today. But I think investing in our assisted snow program will actually contribute and make some of those improvements better for accessibility, so that these things are community-led. And it will be, neighborhood-specific. I appreciate that there's new information that we didn't have during committee. And I appreciate how open and transparent a lot of the information are. I don't necessarily like this approach of, to me, micromanaging service delivery to this degree. And I really want us to trust that relationship with administration and frontline workers, basing it on years of experience plowing on the roads, on the sidewalks, engaging with residents. Because otherwise I feel like this program is just going to run the risk of we're never going to please anybody. And, you know, I said this during committee, but I do want to reiterate the outcomes I want to see, because I think that is important. You know, service feedback, I want it to be more positive. Maybe it's in the form of, you know, less calls and less complaints. In some of my neighborhoods, you know, I've heard people say they have actually never seen a plow down their street ever throughout the year. And I think that's pretty unacceptable. You know, I want to see those frontline input get taken in with serious considerations to shaping the program, and I think we're doing that, which is really heartening to hear. I think frontline workers should be feeling empowered to make some, you know, decisions in real time, and not necessarily feel like they don't have the flexibility to adapt to a certain situation. And this is something I heard a lot. You know, I want to see the equipment fully maximized before considering new equipment, which is why I'm probably not going to support that B6. And, you know, I also think that I want to see, and I think this is in the works already in terms of some of the work arrangement to maximize staff availability to use those equipment. We didn't really talk about this, but we have, you know, in past meetings, just in terms of healthier relationships with our contractors who are necessary to work together with our city workers to achieve the services that we're delivering. And all of this kind of feed into a cycle that would, you know, improve the services for all, and as well as workforce morale. So I want to focus on the outcomes. I want to see regular, you know, not regular, but reasonable report back. I want to see us making progress. And, you know, I think it's pretty clear every single one of us on this council are extremely invested in this particular service for so many reasons. But thank you for all your work and all the energy and time invested in the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I'll go to Councillor Wright, then I'll go to Councillor Cartman to close after that. Councillor Wright.
Okay, thank you. I do believe that these are some good options, good variety to deliver on one of the most important basic services that Edmontonians expect. And it considers our expansive roadway systems, but also takes into account the active transportation routes. And these pathways and sidewalks, they're not only used by those with mobility challenges, but also by our students who make their way to school every day. So I do like the amendments that were put in to include both sides of the roads around schools for that winter removal. And I look forward to a more, comprehensive list of the options and what those costs are going to be that administration will bring forward to us in June. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Cartmel to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thanks for everyone for the participation today and for the additional bits of information and the conversation that went back to committee. You know, Councillor Tang spoke to trust and how we're so deep in the weeds on this line item, and that, you know, she expressed a hope that I share, that we get out of the weeds and we get back to a place of trust. But I think it's important to know that that we've been having this conversation since I sat here. I've been here for, you know, a little over 4 years. Andrew's been here for a little over 8 years. The conversation has been rinse, repeat every year. And there's been conversation and suggestion about frustration, and that frustration has been palpable at this conversation every year, because there was not alignment between the feedback we would get from senior administration and the feedback we would get from frontline staff. And so that frustration is what led me to try to take a different approach at committee and try to have a very robust conversation at committee to avoid what has happened the past 4 years, which is hours and hours and hours at committee and at council. So certainly that is part of my frustration that I was unsuccessful in stopping that ethic and in this round. Hopefully in successive rounds we'll get there. I appreciate that there was new bits of information to discuss today, and I understand there was a need for some conversation today. I'm not sure there was a need for all of it. And so I will softly suggest that there's improvement in the way that we operate that can be taken away here. As I said earlier, I see far more alignment in this report and with this process between senior administration and those frontline people that were more than willing to give us feedback than I've seen before. Not just in this line of business, but frankly in just about any line of business that we've received a report on. And so I know that the operations group is particularly challenged because they touch people every day, right? Transit, waste management, turf management, snow plowing, potholes. This group gets it all the time, 24/7, 365. So what I wanted very clearly to do is give them clear direction, simple direction, somewhat sparing direction, because they have so many other things to actually go and do the exact thing they've done here. Engage with their frontline staff, come with a transparent, factual, informative report that tells us about the state of the union today and where we can go forward tomorrow. So yeah, we're all invested in this line of service because the constituents we serve are very invested in this line of service. This is our mobility network. And we've talked a lot about the active transportation part of that network, the active pathways. The roads don't just serve personal vehicles. They serve our commercial clients, they serve our commerce, they serve our private sector, and they serve our transit system. And without proper road clearing on our arterial roads, we don't have an effective transit system. So as important as it is to be able to walk out to the bus stop, it's equally important that the bus actually comes when it's expected to come. And that means having roads that the buses can drive on. Roads that are properly cleared, windrows up on the boulevards, lanes that are as wide as they're supposed to be, intersections that function the way they're intended to function. All of that is important. All of that comes back to snow clearing. This is the first step, in my view. This is not what we're deciding for the next 4 years. This is going to be a season by season, continuously improved system. This is the first step. And as a first step, I want to see us maximize the equipment that we have, and that's all. To know what we actually can do, to actually identify the gaps in what we have before we start layering on more expectation, more stuff, more headlines that people are going to interpret to be approved budget changes and increased levels of service. It's important that we make that clear. This is going to generate a report that comes back on June 27th, which is like 7 weeks from now. And we're having this all again. And I really know we're not spending as much time on it again. So it's important that we layer on expectations. And for all those reasons, I'm only going to support the stuff that activates the equipment. Now, activating the equipment includes getting the cars out of the way. So I'm going to support that too. But before we add one more bit of expectation, one more bit of service, one more thing that people think we're going to do, I want to know what we can do right now today. And that's what I'm going to support. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. So we will vote first on A1, roads option R1 and roads option R0.5.
Just give us a sec, because we're going to load just for clarity. There'll be 12 separate votes on this motion.
I hope the system doesn't crash.
The system's not going to crash.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
We're just waiting for one more vote. Councillor Rice? Thank you. We've all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we vote for A2, active pathways AP1.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we vote for A3, modified active pathway AP1 to AP3, which is 12 hours for P1, 24 hours for P2, and 120 hours for P3.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And now we go into B1, increase parking ban and sidewalk enforcement.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. B2, clear sidewalks for all senior facilities within 24 hours of snow event.
Councillor Jans? We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. And B3, optimize the efficiency of sandboxes, including options to increase, decrease frequency and volume, and streamline locations. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now B4, introduce a tow during parking bans.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And number B5, clear public squares and internal paved pathways in parks and playgrounds.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we go B6 by 6 double wide trailer snow plows. Is it double wide or double soaking? Okay. No idea.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. And number 7, expand the windrow-free zones in front of schools to include both sides of the road.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And clear B8, clear residential windrows blocking driveways and curb cuts.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And now number C, assisted snow programs.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right. (6.1, 6.3). Now we are at 6.5. Homelessness Encampment Response Strategy, Community and Public Services Committee report. This was requisition. So I'll actually go to Councillor Cartmel to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just let me gather my thoughts on this one. We did have a good discussion at committee about encampments. We heard from city administration, which outlined, again, their approach, which is more or less a continuation of the approach that was employed through last summer. We did hear from a number of speakers, including a number of residents from areas that seem to be somewhat more prone to encampments than other areas of the city. And not to speak for those individuals, but I think we heard a general tone that they would like to see an approach, a different approach, something different. Perhaps out of a concern that doing the same thing and expecting a different result was going to be fruitless. So we heard that. We did have a conversation with administration about what they were doing and how that might be enhanced. But we did not reach any conclusions at committee about whether we wanted to move any motions to modify that or explore different options or any of those kinds of things. So that led us to requisitioning to council today. And that concludes my summary, and I'll leave it to Councillor Tang from here.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. I know, Councillor Tang, you exempted this item, so I'll go to you first. And if somebody has a motion, make the motion now, right? So we can actually debate it.
Yeah, so I will.
Go ahead. You exempted this, so you're next.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I will put a motion on the floor. It's two parts. That administration provide, one, a bi-weekly memo to council from May 18th to September 28th, 2022, providing updates on homeless population supports and activity. Part two is an interim report providing an update on engagement with Edmontonians living rough and neighbors living close to encampments, initial findings and next steps for applying a human-centered design methodology that includes the development of prototypes centering on Edmontonians' lived experiences. This will include a summary of findings from the research and opportunities related to housing as a human right.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can that be on the screen, please? And in the meantime, Councillor Tang, you want to make the introduction, please?
Yeah, and
Sorry, could we get could we just
Oh, sorry, we need a second. Councillor Rutherford seconded.
Thank you. And I do have a question for administration once I introduce this. So yeah, I think it was a really tough report. You know, I think we all know that this year I think the situation might be extremely challenging. But I don't necessarily know if we have, great solutions right now, given, if we take a systems approach, not all aspects of the system is really robust or really there. So I know that our city team, working with our partners, are doing what they can. But what this motion really does is, it references a section of the report when it comes to some of the research and the R&D and the testing work that I think the team will be doing anyways, and just ask for more of that report back and accountability, and very much interested in making sure that we truly center this on the lived experience. This is not about overhauling our current strategy. However, it does ask us to carve out a space for co-creation of solutions. And really, I really want us to think about the question that we're asking. Is it about encampment as the right tool or not? But really, how are we achieving what people want as, living the good life? Are we providing them the tools and services for people to feel that they have agency and control and decision-making power over their lives? Or are we perpetuating people to simply, continue to perpetuate the institutionalization of, service delivery and approaches? Are we thinking about different roles and interactions, not only with people with lived experience, but also those who live nearby? Are we going to be providing tools for people to think a little bit differently how we interact with these really complex challenges? from the public speakers, I feel like I heard that desire. And I think, as a city, I want us to take the leadership in providing those tools back. And so I guess one of my questions I had was, one thing we heard too is that last year's encampment approach was very different from past years. And if you can just really elucidate how is it exactly different?
Sure, Councillor Tang. So you mean this year's response compared to last year's response?
Last year's response, yeah, that's right.
Okay. And actually, I will just let you know too, we did, because there was a lot of conversation about service levels at the committee discussion, we did actually prepare a few more slides with some related background. So I think if council would be open to hearing that, we could go walk you through a few short slides that would really just clarify the current resources devoted, and we could elaborate on what's different this year.
Sounds good. And I do have 1 minute left, so I will just add the due date for October 4th. So this will be kind of at the end of the warm season somewhat. And because we're going to be getting sort of a regular report by that time, as we head into budget deliberation, if there's any room for needing the resources, that's a good time to kind of have that discussion as well. Although what I'm hoping for too is that this exercise will allow us to, I guess, think about how to deploy resources differently. So I just want to add the timeline.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Tang. How long is the presentation?
We can get it through in about 7 minutes.
Okay, is there? Yep. Oh, we have the slides and the attachment? Okay.
I will look at a presentation. I will look at a presentation.
Look for a presentation? Okay. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So if the slides can be put up. The report before you today provides an overview of the current situation for people experiencing homelessness in Edmonton and provides detailed information on how the city will support Edmontonians this summer, including our encampment response approach. As mentioned, this presentation supplements the one that was given on April 25th at Community and Public Services Committee. Next slide, please. As discussed in our original committee presentation, the number of people sleeping outside has grown significantly in recent years and is a citywide issue. People falling into homelessness doubled during the COVID-19 pandemic, and this increase has widened gaps in accessing housing supports, mental health and addiction services. To date, in 2022, we have already received 1,160 encampment inquiries through 311. The city responds to encampments on public land with its encampment response team, which partners with agencies including Homeward Trust, Boyle Street Community Services, Fiscal Centre, and the Edmonton Police Service. In 2021, in response to increased demands and growth of encampments outside the River Valley, the City of Edmonton and the EPS entered into a formal partnership to create the high-risk encampment team. Through the team, EPS members and park ranger peace officers work together to conduct initial investigations and risk assessments of encampments, addressing sites with high health and safety risks. This team works to prevent the establishment of hazardous large-scale encampments and addresses elevated stakeholder concerns. Encampments assessed as high risk to individuals or the surrounding community are closed in a timely manner, and individuals are provided clear and consistent connections to shelter options. In 2022, 5 of the 18 total park ranger peace officers employed by the city are dedicated solely to encampment response, and 4 additional officers, including animal control peace officers, are being trained as supplemental support to be redeployed should the need arise. In 2022, growth in the number of people sleeping outside is expected to continue. Additionally, there will be a 44% reduction in the number of available emergency shelter beds as the Government of Alberta winds down their funding. At the committee on April 25th, we heard questions about what it would take to increase service levels for encampment response and cleanup, and this presentation attempts to answer those questions. Next slide, please. Over to you, Crystal.
Thank you, Ms. Lemon. Before we discuss increasing service levels, I would like to take this opportunity to review our current response to encampments on public land. This review may help dispel myths or misunderstandings about how we engage with people sleeping outside, connect them with services to meet their needs, and manage risks to public safety. Encampment inquiries are assessed by our high-risk encampment team and evaluated using a risk matrix and then addressed through one of 3 risk-based processes. They're evaluated to be either inactive, low risk with a housing focus, or high risk with an accelerated response. As part of our current strategy review and continuous improvement, we are evaluating enhancements to the risk matrix used to assess risk at encampment sites. In addition to site risk, a revised matrix could reflect risks to the individuals in encampments, which can include variables such as age, prior use of emergency services, and housing planning status. In addition to these and other continuous improvement activities, this response model will need to be reevaluated should council direct changes in the future to resources and service levels assigned to the encampment response. I'd like to explore the timelines associated with each of these responses to give greater insight into this approach. Next slide, please. When an encampment inspection and site assessment confirms that a located camp is inactive and the encampment is completely vacant of occupants, the site is added to the cleanup schedule. Cleanup crews attend the location and clean the site as soon as possible. Even inactive sites may display indicators of damage to parkland and ecology and can include conditions and hazardous materials that pose risks to the public and employee health and safety. Our service target to clean up inactive sites may be delayed when extreme weather activations or other external factors cause a backlog of scheduled sites to build up. The prolonged period of extreme heat in 2021 contributed to significant delays in meeting this service benchmark. Next slide, please. Our low-risk encampment response is also referred to as our housing-focused response because it focuses on connections to housing through the multi-agency encampment response team. Sites assessed as low-risk encampments are routed to the team, which includes partner agencies such as Homeward Trust, Boyle Street Community Services, and the Bissell Centre for person-centered housing-focused outreach. In order to create an opportunity for partner agencies to build rapport and form relationships, which are essential to successful outreach, camp closures and cleanup activities are scheduled with longer time horizons than when encampments are high risk. Additional efforts are made to connect individuals in these encampments to housing prior to resolution. Our continuous improvements in the housing-focused response includes engaging with residents in June and July, learning about their experience living in camps, and interacting with the various service providers and enforcement staff. These lived experience engagement will dovetail with our ongoing neighborhood engagement and contribute to prototype development plan for the fall. Next slide, please. Finally, our accelerated response to sites that pose high health and safety risks to both individuals and communities is led by the high-risk encampment team, which is made up of park ranger, peace officers, and Edmonton Police Service members. It seeks timely resolution of this type of, and they seek timely resolution of all of these types of encampments. When 311 inquiries include information that indicate an encampment may be high risk, response teams prioritize attendance at the site within 24 hours if resources permit. In 2021, 65% of encampments evaluated with the risk matrix were scored as high-risk sites. These sites are removed quickly to reduce public health and safety risks such as hazardous waste, fires and explosions, reduce impacts on surrounding communities, and to discourage the entrenchment of large-scale encampments which require more resources to remove and then clean up. Large-scale encampments and protest encampments are subsets of the high-risk category and may require specific responses that may blend elements of high-risk encampment response with housing-focused approaches. Should they occur, City Administration and EPS evaluate the appropriate response by engaging with the corresponding governance structure. Next slide, please. On average, it can take 59 days to move someone outside into permanent housing and much longer for people with more complex needs. This typically involves multiple steps, including securing ID and birth records, securing income, determining housing needs such as budget, size, and location, searching for housing, setting up and attending viewings, applying for the unit, signing the lease, move-in inspection, setting up utilities, securing household goods and furniture, and setting up a move-in date. This process can also take much longer as many people sleeping unsheltered are unable to stay in the same place for a lengthy period of time, which makes the required continuous contact with outreach through this process more difficult. The City of Edmonton has limited involvement in the work that is required to permanently house someone living in an encampment. Currently, administration funds 9 FTEs that do street outreach through Boyle Street Community Services, whose role is to build relationships with people sleeping in encampments and connect them to essential services such as medical services, income, and housing. The role of supporting people to secure housing is funded by the Government of Alberta through Homeward Trust, who contracts 22 teams throughout the city to house people from the by name list in market housing and to provide supports after they are housed. Currently, these 22 teams are supporting over 1,600 people who were formerly experiencing homelessness to maintain their housing. There is currently a waitlist to be connected with a housing team, and the length of time varies depending on the individual situation and the complexity of their needs. Even if the city were to increase the number of staff doing encampment outreach, there is not enough resources currently in the system to support housing everyone currently living in encampments. Another pinch point in the homeless serving system is the lack of sufficient shelter space to accommodate the number of people currently living in encampments. The government of Alberta currently funds a total of 784 shelter beds. This includes 634 permanent beds and 150 temporary beds, which are scheduled to close in June. Currently, there are over 1,300 people on Homer Trust by Names list that are either sleeping outside or in shelters, which means that if everyone currently sleeping in encampments decided to go to shelter tonight, there would not be enough capacity in the system to accommodate them. Administration has previously engaged with people sleeping outside on why they sleep in encampments, and themes include fear of personal safety from violence and safety of their personal belongings, and a lack of personal space and autonomy. The perceived or real inadequacy of current emergency shelter options leads to people preferring transit spaces, malls, and other public venues as emergency shelter. This past winter, due to the increase in the number of people experiencing homelessness, transit stations were frequently being used as a shelter, which resulted in ETS and peace officers activating a nightly shuttle that transported people from transit stations to emergency shelter. It was not uncommon for the shuttle to be turned away from emergency shelter due to them being at capacity. Bridge housing is another short-term stay option that helps people engage with community supports and in-reach services to secure more permanent housing. Since the onset of the pandemic, bridge housing sites have been set up in vacant hotels, which address some of the concerns that people have about staying in congregate shelter. The current bridge housing sites are operating at capacity and are only able to intake new clients as spaces open up. However, there is not sufficient capacity in the bridge housing system to intake large numbers of encampment clients. Current estimates of the cost to fund sufficient new bridge housing spaces range to be able to meet the demand would range from approximately $25 to $45 million. Next slide, please. Over to you, Jen.
So this is our last slide. This chart represents the current service levels as well as additional costs for three options to increase our encampment response service levels for our initial response and assessment functions, our encampment cleanups, and in the case of the 7-day response option, our outreach services. The additional costs associated with these options includes all personnel, equipment, vehicles, materials, and training required to deliver enhanced service levels. For options 2 and 3, you'll notice that there are no additional housing or outreach supports. In order to resolve encampments within those two timeframes, there wouldn't be sufficient time for outreach workers to connect with encampment occupants to build the requisite trust and rapport needed to link them with available services. You'll notice some staffing levels will fluctuate in winter and summer months, as inquiries tend to taper off dramatically between the months of November and March. The number and costs for additional park ranger peace officers is predicated on the assumption that the EPS would also increase resources in a similar fashion to address and ensure our officer safety concerns. Service level response times would be consecutive, as initial process steps such as inspection, risk evaluation, and camp closure need to take place before successive steps such as scheduling cleanup of a site. And it is important to consider that response times are also impacted by external factors. We've mentioned extreme weather activation as an example of that. The current service level standard to clean up a vacant encampment site is 7 days. City operations meets this standard approximately 75% of the time. Again, some of the factors that can extend the length of time a site takes to be cleaned are inclement weather, heavy precipitation, the size of the site, location and accessibility of the site, and if a site is reoccupied prior to cleanup.
Next slide. So we are committed to delivering service that will make a difference to all Edmontonians, notwithstanding the difficult context which we've outlined further with these slides. And I just thank you for hearing the presentation, and we're obviously happy to answer any other questions that you have about this work.
Thank you so much for that additional information and your presentation. I'll go to Councillor Stevenson next.
Yes, thank you so much. And that was a lot of information to pull together in a really short turnaround. So thank you very much for that. I will likely be moving a motion to provide some of those additional resources, but just wanted to ask a number of questions and apologize in advance. There may be a couple of rounds. So I really appreciate the options of looking at how we can sort of expand or do our current encampment response faster. Just wondering, though, if there had been any work looking at the cost of alternatives. So, for example, looking for housing options, looking for what the cost of actually moving some of these folks into hotel spaces, for example, would be, and how that compares to the costs we see here.
That's a good question. Obviously, we've done analysis on the cost of bridge housing previously. Council's made a decision to fund bridge housing additionally this year. So we could give you some analysis around that. We've also looked at a number of, there was a report a couple of years ago that priced out different additional housing options beyond hotels as well, looking at like trailers, tiny homes, a sprung tent structure. All of those, all of those things vary depending on the number of spaces essentially and the building type, but they can be quite expensive. And certainly would be, we'd be getting into that territory with option 3 here. But in terms of option 1 or option 2, those would not quite get into that territory. Like, it really depends on how many people we want to house, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think that there is just a bit of a challenge in terms of if we accelerate our response to encampments, we're just moving people along more quickly and they still have nowhere else to go. So do we actually get ahead of the work in any meaningful way is a concern that I would have.
And that's exactly what we've tried to get at in this presentation, which is to say that the entire system is working to move people from unsheltered to, permanently housed. And there's a number of teams along the way, and if one part of those is expanded, if the other ones aren't, then it gets out of balance and you get a backlog. Exactly. And so that's why even when we've been looking at what we might be able to do to augment this summer with our existing funds, we're not just looking at funding more outreach, we're looking at, does any housing teams have the capacity to scale up to be able to hire additional housing workers to offset the increase in the outreach workers, because instead of hiring 6 outreach workers, it'd be smarter to have 6 outreach and 6 housing workers so that you have both those 2 steps increasing capacity, if that makes sense.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So then recognizing that really challenging dynamic, again, maybe looking for some of the approaches we could take to minimize the impacts that are happening. So, I thought what was interesting in all of the process diagrams is that it always starts with citizens reporting the encampment. And I think we heard from citizens that burden of reporting is really significant, particularly in hotspots like Dawson Park and Kennard Ravine, where we can be pretty sure that there's always going to be an encampment set up there. So wondering if, just looking at this slide that had the different costings with the additional park rangers. So for example, if we added 2 new park rangers, would that enable sort of a dedicated resource for Dawson and Kennard, for example?
I'll get Mr. Jones to respond, please. He's online.
Thanks for that question, Councillor. I was pausing, not realizing that I was in the room, so you can't necessarily see. But it's a question that would be worth evaluating. I think, as has just been pointed out, if we add some resources to the system, we'd have to make sure that you're adding, requisite sort of complementary resources as well. So I think, could we dedicate 2 park rangers to Kennard and Dawson? Yes, absolutely, we could. If we were to do that, I guess it would be a question about what we could expect out of that, and if it was just moving people along and going outside of the the established system, then is that the goal, or is it the goal just to provide more uniform presence for those folks that live around those areas? If it's the latter, then for sure we could appoint some folks and make sure that they get to know everybody that lives in those neighborhoods around and are a common touch point for everybody. But it may not improve the overall response and getting people housed and the cleanup process.
Yeah, and again, we can follow up in another round, but I think what I heard is, again, though, it would just mean that residents aren't having to call in for every single encampment there. But more to follow up on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. I'll just continue on with the staffing theme here. I'm just looking, the outreach and housing, we currently have 18 workers, but if we're dropping down to 9, that'll increase response time?
No.
Is that because current ones, are they part-time or?
Those would be 9 additional under option 1. And I do want to add a point of clarification because this is confusing because sometimes you hear us talk about 9 outreach workers and there we have 18. We've included the full spectrum of everyone that's working on housing currently, and so half of those positions are funded by Homeward Trust, and that's their housing workers.
Okay, and then are they full-time staff or are they part-time?
So they would be full-time for the outreach and the housing listed. It'd be full-time, yeah.
And currently they're full-time?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let's see, my other questions are on what determines whether an encampment is high risk or low risk?
That's a good question. I could start and maybe throw it over to David or John if they want to supplement. But essentially, Councillor Wright, we've created a risk matrix that looks at factors that are both specific to the context that the camp's in, and then also the conditions in the camp itself. So things that would be considered in that are proximity to neighboring houses, neighboring businesses, proximity to a school, or other areas that it might be seen to increase community risk. Other factors would include the presence of hazardous materials inside the camp itself, whether that be combustibles, unsecured, I guess the presence of needles, hazardous waste, those sorts of things. I don't know, David or John, I could add some additional context as well, I believe.
Sure, I can jump in on that. Thanks, Councillor. I would suggest also one of the things that our rangers in the Edmonton Police Service members look for is the idea of criminal activity, more specific to violence or gangs than anything sort of more low level. I know that they, we've talked before about whether or not they lay tickets for any number of things, alcohol in parks, that sort of thing, in camp. That's not the goal. The goal is to assess whether we feel it's safe to have outreach workers continue to work with them. We feel it's safe for neighbors to be using the parks around these facilities, and so that's part of what goes into that. John, I don't know if you've got anything more.
Just actually, that clarifies. Just being mindful of my time, I do have a couple of other questions. I'm wondering why there's no resources or agency staff sent out to the high risk camps as there is in stage or step 4 of the low risk.
So the reason for that, Councillor Wright, is because of what we talked about around the amount of time that it takes to establish relationships with people to effectively move them from an unsheltered state into housing, or even to move them to a different location, whether that's shelter or bridge housing. It requires time to develop rapport and relationships with the people there. And when we're addressing a high-risk encampment, the goal is really focused around speed. It's trying to resolve it as quickly as possible. And so given the limited resources that we have with respect to outreach and agency, we've decided to prioritize them for the low-risk response, where there's more time to engage more effectively with people in those encampments.
So with the increased park rangers and housing and outreach workers, will there be any opportunity then to provide those services in the high-risk camps? Or is it because of the time factor and wanting to get it cleared out?
Yeah, and this is honestly something that we're wrestling with, because we heard at the last council meeting too that there is interest from other councillors in exploring how we could integrate outreach into those teams. And I think it's something that we're open-minded about, similar to the suggestion around having a dedicated parks ranger in a specific geographic area. I think it's something we're definitely open to exploring, and that's actually a conversation we're having right now with the task force, the provincial task force on homelessness is looking at a pilot around encampments, and that's one of the things that we're looking at through that process, is how could we incorporate outreach into those teams in a way that would be meaningful and lead to, the sustainable resolution of the encampment. And so I think it's something we're open to exploring, but we haven't determined the ideal way to do that just yet.
Okay. And I know this is a complex issue. I had the opportunity last week to go out to Fiscal Centre. And one of the questions that I asked Lawrence from there was, what happens to their possessions? And things like prescriptions, it just gets cleared out. Like there's no opportunity for the people to collect their things. Then they're, I guess, scavenging for other tents and tarps and. and to set up camp again. So what happens to their stuff?
I think one of my colleagues from City Ops would be the best position to answer that question.
Councillor, it's Gord Sebrick. Depending on what it is, some of the items that are collected are made available for people to come and pick them up later. In many times when we go to clean up, for example, a camp that has been, has been empty for a period of time or vacant for a period of time, there's not much left there that's usable. So in those situations, the camp is cleaned up and the items are, if there are any items that are of value, they would be saved. But in many cases, it's taken to be processed in the waste system.
But in the high risk and low risk camps where people are actively on site.
Quick one.
So if people are on site, then we would work with them to make sure that the items are available after.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I think we can all agree that this is a heartbreaking situation. And I don't know that there's any way, I mean, I'm very hopeful with this motion that Councillor Tang put forward, but it's really hard to do this with dignity because there's already no dignity in living in an encampment, right? I guess my question is about the budget presented because we just had a spring supplemental budget adjustment and we did our tax rate, like we've approved our tax increase for 2022. So is administration proposing that this is from what budget? If there is if we as council are to say yes, we want an enhanced program, is that in there? I know that says tax increase 0.5, tax increase 1.3, tax increase 3.4, but we've already established our mill rate.
I believe that information was just on the tax increase was just put for compare like as a scale to give you an example. In terms of what if council wanted to proceed with augmenting the resources available for the strategy in the short term, I think that it would be a combination of funding sources for the outreach and housing component. That is actually money is available in my branch budget, but we would need it to be rededicated to this purpose because we do have some funds that were made available for the second outreach team, the Indigenous-led team. But because of the engagement process that we are asked to undertake, we won't be contracting that until later this year, which means that the first few months or, the first half of the year of that funding won't be spent this year. So that could be rededicated to short-term augmenting the housing and outreach. And then as far as the other resources that would be required for parks rangers and the TBD on the EPS, I think I would just defer to Ms. Padbury in terms of the most appropriate funding source if council wanted to go in that direction.
I think that you're seeing funding sources, like you're seeing the percentages being identified because that was direction provided to us a couple of weeks ago that each time there is a number, could we provide the tax increase equivalent? That doesn't mean you have to use tax levy. You can use any other source available to you.
So what's our current spending, budget allocation commitment for 2022 out of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Fund?
Just give me a minute to pull that up.
Okay, well.
Councilor Rutherford, I can answer that question. So for the Community Safety Wellbeing Fund, are you asking how much is left within that fund for 2022?
Yeah, unallocated.
Unallocated, yeah. So right now there's currently $8.4 million in the Community Safety Wellbeing Funds for 2022 that are unallocated.
Okay, thank you. And one of the things I wanted to circle back and just clarify with Mr. Jones, did I misunderstand or did I mishear? Does your risk assessment only assess risk of surrounding community and public, or is there a risk assessment component for people that are actually living in the camp?
It includes the folks living in the camp. It also includes environmental risk factors as well. Thanks for the prompt, for the clarification.
Good. Yeah, no, appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that I might have misheard, so thank you for that. And I guess my last question is to administration too. Like, everything right now is so reactive. And I keep going to, what are we doing to prevent? Because we know once somebody is homeless, it's harder to get them housed. The longer they're homeless, the longer it takes and the harder it is to get them housed and to keep them housed. And so what I haven't seen come before council thus far is, what are we doing for housing breakdown prevention, for rapid rehousing, for any of those kind of things, so that these numbers, so that we're actually staving off that faucet that's continually running into the tub.
So currently, Councilor Rutherford, the city is not, we have our tenant support services, which just provide short-term information to people who are in rental crisis, right? And Homeward Trust does have a number of shelter diversion and rapid rehousing programs that they run as well. But we've identified this as a gap as well. And we think that there is a role that the city could look at augmenting, and so we've actually identified a potential area of growth for consideration as one of them among the many priorities in the next 2023 budget cycle deliberations.
And then my last question, I guess, is more philosophical, but I would be curious because, like I said, this is heartbreaking, and I like anybody else don't want to get into a jurisdictional pass the ball when people's lives are at stake and when dignity is at stake. But what is the province contributing to help the city with this cost of encampments?
Well, I think that there is, obviously Homeward Trust is a partner in this, and a significant amount of their funding does come from the government of Alberta. And in addition to that, I think the government has recognized that there's a need to look at, new ways and new solutions and so they have announced the Coordinated Community Response to Homelessness Task Force, which, as you've heard before, Mr. Corbould sits on. And so I think that the work of that task force will highlight additional, potential solutions. And so I think that's the best place to focus that question at this point.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and thank you for the information provided here. So what I heard over and over, and I believe our citizens, our Edmontonians, really want this issue to be resolved, and then to support the people actually in need. So my first question is just a procedure question about the information provided. And right now, so we are discussing the motion on the floor, or we are just received the report from administration as information. So I just want a clarification. We are not at the position to make decision for that, to pick one option from those three options yet. Is that correct?
That is correct. At this point, this information has only been offered for information.
So we're not in the position and to pick up one option and to make a decision, and because due to some like TPT still needs to fill out the further information on that. Right? So I just want to confirm that. And based on the presentation, and we don't have information regarding the EPS officers and EPS officer surgeons as well.
Maybe Mr. Wilson could just speak a little bit more to where we're at in terms of getting the information that we needed for that component.
Yes, thanks for that question, Councillor. Yes, we have contacted EPS and advised them of the work that we put together for today's presentation, and have invited them to contribute. At this point, we don't have any information to share.
So is that fair to say, and all the proposals, the budget increase and will be changed once that information become available?
Yes, once that information is shared with us, we will of course make it available.
So additional cost will be changed.
It's unclear at this time, Councillor Wright, whether additional resources will be required
okay,
or not.
so if it's not unclear, that means we're not voting on this additional cost. We are just voting on the received question information only. Okay, so the next question, and so far, and then since we swear in last October to law, and how much cost, and in total, and we provide the support for this issue related to cost. Do you have that number handy?
Do you mean specific to encampments, Councillor Rice?
It's all about related costs to support address this issue.
The issue being homelessness?
Yeah.
I don't have that available at this moment, but I could definitely get you that. And I believe there was a memo that went also recently.
So I just want to get the correct information because I recalled probably over $46 million already. So based on that point, I just want to emphasize the points Councillor Rutherford provided earlier, and then how we look at this, be more proactive instead of reactive. And if every year we are dealing with this issue, and then is there any approach or any strategy development in place, and for us to look at this proactive?
Councillor Rice, I can give you, we are spending currently approximately $3.9 million on encampments, but that also includes $1.2 million, which is our annual contribution to Homeward Trust. So that would cover the broader issue of encampments. In addition to that, Council recently approved some funding for bridge housing as well, which was just over $4 million. So I think those would be the most relevant costs accumulated there when it comes to the issue of unsheltered homelessness that the city bears.
I think my memory told me much more than that since last October to now.
There was a memo that went to City Council at your request, I believe, Councillor Rice, that outlined a number of additional responses, but those include in all social spending, including on affordable housing and other things that may not be directly related to affordable housing. Okay,
I just say that the key point for my question is how we could develop this strategy more proactively and then instead of just reactive. That is my key point. Last question I do have is to the motion on the floor right now. Do we have existing resources enough to provide these reports, these updates, bi-weekly, and also these updates reports? And then, or do we need additional resources to do this work?
Currently, the way that the motion's configured, it would be more or less, we could accomplish this with our existing resources. We already have planned a number of engagements that were outlined in the original presentation and original report with people with lived experience as well as neighbors to get direct input and feedback into the encampment response with an eye to, continuous improvement and coming up with new ideas and new prototypes of what could work. And so I believe it's reasonable to say that this motion could be managed with existing resources.
Okay,
thank you.
My time out.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I'll go to Councillor Salvador next.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So just a few questions. Appreciate the presentation as well. So just to start off, I'm wondering how this conversation relates to the discussion we're going to be having next week around the community safety and well-being strategy. I see them as quite interrelated, and a number of my colleagues have spoke about the importance of a more proactive, systemic approach as opposed to reactive. I guess can we anticipate to have that conversation through community safety well-being as well?
Yes, absolutely. So I would just to answer the proactivity question, there's two ways. So certainly, like you identified, Councillor Salvador, the community safety and well-being report that's coming next week identifies a number of opportunities for investment that would help, proactively create more meaningful solutions rather than just managing the issue. They provide additional places for people to go. So for an example, there's, one of the items that's been identified there as recommended by administration is creating an Indigenous-led shelter, which we think would have an impact on the encampment issue because it would increase the likelihood of people staying in shelter rather than staying unsheltered, as one example. And there's another of other interventions, including an augmented approach to outreach, which would incorporate other disciplines like mental health professionals, physical health, like nurses, that could help crack the high-risk encampment occupant nut, if that makes sense. It would give us more tools to more effectively engage those folks who are staying in the highest risk encampments because we'd have a number of different tools in the toolbox beyond just an outreach worker. So that's in the CWSB report that's coming forward. And then in terms of additional proactive approach, we have done a comprehensive evaluation of the encampment response to date, and we've identified a number of recommendations in that report, which at this point is still internal, but it looks forward over the next, 1, 2, 3 years. What can we do to augment the way that we're working? And that's part of why we would plan this engagement with residents as well, and people with lived experiences, because we've identified that as a gap. And so we do have continuous improvement steps that we're taking, which were identified in the report as well, which we hope to put us in a better, more proactive approach to managing the encampments in the future.
Okay, great. And so that report, as well as obviously community safety and well-being, how can we expect that to sort of directly inform budget decisions? And what's that going to look like?
My understanding of the report, which is being led by the city manager's office, is that, but obviously with heavy input from our teams, is that a number of options that would address the priorities that council's articulated under community safety and well-being will be presented, as well as additional information related to funding sources that may be available to support those requests. And then it will be up to council decision-making on how and when to allocate those resources, is my understanding.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then I just wanted to kind of loop back. You were kind of alluding to it, Ms. Kujena, around the Indigenous-led encampment outreach. And I just wanted to confirm, when you're talking about that, that was the $900,000 that council allocated at fall budget, is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Salvador.
Okay, and so that's in the works. Engagements happening to get that up and running by when? Sorry?
We're hoping to contract them towards late summer or early fall.
Okay. And then finally, I really appreciate Councillor Tang's motion here and the inclusion of kind of a human-centered approach. I'm just wondering, what is our current approach to engage with Edmontonians who are experiencing homelessness?
Councillor Salvador, we use a number of different approaches depending on the issue and the topic. So this is just one of the latest examples, but so in this specific example, we've contracted Maps Alberta, which is a consultant that specializes in journey mapping and also conducting interviews with people with lived experience. So we'll be working with them to recruit, interview participants to provide us information to do that journey mapping. Another example is on the housing assessment, which we're bringing to council in June. Part of that work will include also work related to getting input from people with lived experience. And in that case, we're working with In With Forward, which is the group that did the work for Recover, to use more of like an ethnographic approach to gathering that input related to affordable housing needs. So really it depends on the project and the specific need. We figure out the best way to do it. Sometimes we also will just contract Boyle Street or other agencies that are already active in the community, but it is consistently prioritized amongst our team's work.
Great, thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have a few procedural things to look after. We're coming close to 5 now. I think attachment 3 needs to be added to the motion, right? So Councillor Tang needs to move that. Madam Clerk?
Do you need me to move, or should I just say I would like to add?
Yeah,
Just add to the attachment 3.
Yeah, if that's possible, and the motion would just be that attachment 3 remain in private, subject to the appropriate parts of FOIP.
Okay, good. So we would have to resume this conversation on Wednesday, right? And we need to make some changes to the agenda to have a time specific. Do you have any wordings for that, so somebody could move that?
Yeah, if you could possibly, if council would indulge us and have a motion passed that item 9.2 would be the second item on your agenda on Wednesday, May 11th. There's already an item time specific, which is 9.1. We'd like to make 9.2 second item.
So moved.
Councillor Stevenson?
Second.
Councillor Tang seconded, so to add 9.2 be the second item on Wednesday. All right, please, any questions? Please vote.
I'm timed up, but I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we will resume our meeting back on Wednesday. Until then, we are adjourned.